Hello everyone, how are we? I hope you're all doing well today. Let me get here. Hello Sarah P, how are you my darling? I would say it's nice to see you, but I'd be lying. I'm joking. Lovely to see you my darling. Hello to you Badaza, how are you, sir? Hello Just Jugs, how are you my darling? No worry, end of year, end of month financials, oh not good. That's fine Jugs, we shall see you soon. Nice to know that you're listening. So yeah, we're back on today. As I say, it won't be a massively long stream, but probably 4 or 5 hour stream. So those of you remember, we did last week or a week and a half ago the Rashaun Jones Florida trial. So they're not doing it live. The judge has refused cameras to stream it live, which is like very shocking for Florida. They let you stream everything, but with the some foolish stuff that have been happening in this trial, I mean, it probably makes sense why she didn't want to make herself look bad. Hello, James. How are you, sir? Nice to see you, bud. Lady Di, good morning to you, my darling. Hope you're doing well. So they've been releasing some testimony, but not everything. And I've been waiting for testimony. The only thing that they've put out there last week is the testimony from the ex-girlfriend of Rashaun, which we'll play now, and Rashaun's interview that he made during that time when he was arrested, and also closing arguments. That's all they've done. They don't give us the video of, if you remember, the guy that the professor that said he saw Rashaun there shortly after the murder, who allegedly the state said had died, but actually they found him alive. But now they feel he has dementia or something, so he can't testify. And the judge allowed his testimony in pre-recorded when the police interviewed him 2 years ago, which is frustrating because we all know the police can lie, and it does not give the defence an opportunity to cross him or anything. So basically, he's saying it was him, and that's what the state are pinning it all on, that it was him. Then, because the professor said it was him, it was him. The professor also said that he was shown six pictures of possible suspects, and he said he was 90% sure at the time that it was Rashaun, but he couldn't be 100% sure. So he pointed to Rashaun after looking at it for a while. The detective also came on and said some stuff. I don't really know what he said because obviously they're all going to have their own backs on all of this stuff. I hate these kind of cold cases. Could Rashaun have done it? Maybe, but it's not something that we should be just putting someone in prison for the rest of their lives based on some hunches and some bogus testimony, especially when the fact that we know that other people have confessed to this murder. But because they've since died, the judge will not, allow, even though, so one person confessed to an ICE officer, but because they'd never named the victim in this case, the state said, well, it could be anybody. It could be any football player that died, because apparently there were a couple that have died since. But I don't think there's any that was shot dead in this similar fashion. I mean, one was, but he was playing for another team at the time. So they're saying, well, we don't know who he's talking about, so we can't put it in, even though I think we all know that it was about this victim. So there's a lot of fuckery with this one. Hello, KD. Hello, Rhonda. Hope you're both doing well. I agree, James. 90% reasonable doubt. And so when the defense said that in openings, that 90% is reasonable doubt, that obviously the state objected to all of that, and I've never seen as much objections as what the state did in openings. There's also a video of when all the attorneys pretty much and the judge lost it as well. There's a 15-minute video which you may have seen. I've shared it already, but I'll play it again for those who haven't seen it. So anyway, with all that said, let's get into it. I'm playing at 1.25 because I want to try and get through this as quickly as possible for you. And just so you all are aware, they started deliberations. Hello, three-head catfish. Hello to you. Hope you're doing well, my darling. They started deliberations on Thursday, and I believe they deliberated for quite a few hours. On Friday, there was no court, so they're back at 9 o'clock this morning to begin day 2 of deliberations. So they have begun deliberations. They could not do it yesterday, and they're back this morning to do it. So by the end of this stream, we may know. I presume he's going to be found guilty, because that's what normally happens when the state can do whatever they want. Right, here we go, everyone. Strap her in or strap her on, whichever one you prefer. I know, but Bad Dad likes to strap her in. Right. Oops. Wrong one. That's not good when you strapped it on. To press the wrong one. Here we go. Right, so this is the ex-girlfriend. So this is her. She's the ex-girlfriend, and she testified. So here we go. Oh, hello, Bex. Hello, my darling.
All right, Rob, you're in. Yeah. Once you get submitted, stand up and leave it again.
We're having them wait on the spot.
Okay.
Proud of it.
All right.
Right, hang on, let's go back. How many is it? Because it's how many jurors are here? Let's count the feet here. I didn't see that lady. Is it because they're media or something? I have no idea. I didn't see it. Here you go. There's 1, 2, just mark. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10.
All right, thank you. You can be seated. The state call sheriff.
Do you swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Hello, another CG.
Good afternoon, Ms. Davidson. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Sherry Abramson, SherryAbramson.
I'd like to kind of take you back to 2006 and your time at University of Miami. Can you tell the members of the jury when you began at the University of Miami?
In the fall of 2001.
And what was your major?
Architecture.
What year did you graduate?
2000 and...
2000.
It was a 5-year program, so it was 2006 or...
Was it like an accelerated sort of master's program? Did you get to do both at the same time?
I did do both. Yeah.
While you were at UM, where did you live?
I lived on campus my freshman year. I moved into an off-campus apartment second semester freshman year, and then I had a number of apartments after that.
Let's go back to sort of 2005, 2006. Where did you live back then?
In Miami Beach, mostly.
What was the address of that?
That was 1508 Michigan Avenue.
Now, as a student, were you employed?
It was
Where were you employed?
Pottery Barn,
Which location?
Sunset Place.
How long did you work there?
Roughly a year, something like that, maybe a little bit more.
What were, obviously it's retail, right? So what were your shifts like?
Ooh, I don't know. They,
Standard, like, did you work like 8 hours? Do you remember what your week was like?
I was part-time. And I just kind of worked around my school schedule.
Were you a full-time student?
Yes.
During your time at UM, did you meet any members of the University of Miami football team?
Yes.
Can you tell me some of the members that you were familiar with?
My brother,
What's his name?
Ross. And then just kind of by association with some of his friends. I mean, there were numerous football
Were you
players. I was
familiar with Bryan Pata?
I was not. I mean, I knew who he was. Yes, I was not friends with him.
What about Rashaun Jones?
Yes, I knew him and was friends with him.
How did you know him?
Oh, I think we met through a mutual friend.
And were you guys just friends?
For some time, yes.
Did that relationship change?
Yeah, we began dating.
Around what time did you guys start dating?
I don't recall.
Let's look at 2006. Would you have been dating, I'll give you a specific date, right? November 7th, 2006? That's the murder of Bryan Pata. Let's talk in relation to that time. Around when from sort of that date did you start dating him?
Before it.
Before? Were you guys together for weeks, months by that point?
I don't know. Yeah. I don't recall. It wasn't a new relationship, I can tell you that. But I don't know if it was weeks or months.
Were you all exclusive?
We're not.
Can you sort of expand on what kind of relationship you guys had? Were you friends with benefits? Were you seeing other people?
Yeah, we were seeing other people.
I'd like to just touch really, let me go back to, so your apartment was in Miami Beach. Did the defendant ever stay at your apartment?
Yes.
How often?
Maybe a night, a week, maybe something around like that, maybe one night a week.
Did you ever stay at his apartment?
Rarely, but yes, I had.
Do you remember where he resided?
Yes,
Where was that?
Bermuda Villas.
Okay, so you guys had been, it wasn't a new relationship, you had said. Did you ever meet anybody in his family?
I did.
Who did you meet?
I met his Granny. That's his grandmother. I met his mother, sister, niece, nephew.
Did he ever meet any members of your family?
He did.
Who did he meet?
My mother and brother. Maybe an aunt of mine. I don't recall.
Back in 2006, what kind of car were you driving?
Ooh, I think the Range Rover. Yeah, the Range Rover. Sport.
Did you also drive Maserati?
Mm-hmm.
And what about a Chrysler?
Yep.
Was that your car?
It was in my name, yes.
And whose car was that?
That was Rashaun's car.
Buying the car?
I put the car in my name, and then he gave me his checks from the football team.
Okay. Checks from the football team.
Yeah. I don't know how it works. Something like athletes get paid by the team, and I don't know, but he would make the payments on the car, but it was in my name.
Did you ever let him drive your Maserati or the Range Rover?
The Range Rover, yes. I don't think he drove the Maserati.
What about his cell phone? Did you ever pay for his cell phone?
I don't recall if I paid for it or not.
Did you ever at any point see his firearm?
Never.
Let's talk a little bit about Bryan Pata. Did you ever talk about Bryan Pata with the defendant?
Not that I can recall.
Did the defendant like Bryan?
I mean, he didn't discuss liking him or disliking him with me.
Did you know whether or not he liked him?
I think that there was a mutual dislike between the two, yes.
Is it fair to say that they didn't get along?
I think at a point they didn't get along, yes.
Do you know why they didn't get along?
I mean, again, that wasn't a conversation that like I was a part of.
Did you ever talk with him about Jada Brody?
I had known about a situation with Jada, yes. I don't know if it was necessarily Rashaun that I spoke about Jada with.
Did you ever know whether or not the defendant and Jada had a relationship prior to him being with you?
I'm not sure if it was prior to him being with me or during the same time that we were together, but I think there was communication between the two of them, yes. I could not tell you when. Nor to what extent, I don't know.
Let's talk a little bit about bear with me a second, I just want to make sure we stay in order. Okay. I'd like to take you to November 7th, 2006. How did you find out about the murder of Bryan Pata?
After I left work, I found out from Willie Cooper.
Where were you working that day?
That was at Pottery Barn. I was leaving Pottery Barn, and I don't have any cell service there. So as I was leaving is when I found out.
Take a second to talk about Pottery Barn. Do you recall if the defendant ever called you while you were at work at Pottery Barn?
I don't recall.
Do you know if he had the phone number to Pottery Barn?
Yes, knowing that I was there working.
If there was a call on his records, I mean, was there anybody else at Pottery Barn that he knew?
No, it would have just been me.
Okay, so you said you got notified from Willie Cooper.
Right.
Around what time did you leave work that day?
I don't recall. It was the evening. That's the best I could say.
And after you left work, where did you go?
Home.
Did you go straight home?
I think so.
Did you stop at the defendant's house?
No.
Did you stop at UM?
No.
So, around what time do you think you got home that night?
I don't know, maybe 8 or 9 p.m.
Okay. So is it fair to say that the sort of communication from Willie Cooper happens sometime between 7 and 8 p.m.?
Yes, maybe 7 to 9 p.m. I don't recall what time I got off that day.
So communication from Willie would have happened sometime between 7 and 9, and you made it home around, it sounds like 9 p.m. the latest you would have been home.
I think that sounds right.
Who were you with when you got the notification from Willie?
I was by myself.
What did you do when you got that call?
I panicked.
Why?
Because somebody was dead. And then Willie told me that he couldn't get in touch with Rashaun. I was scared he was dead.
Are you scared that Sean was dead?
Because somebody had also shot Willie Cooper, another UM football player, and so it was Willie and then Bryan and then, I don't know.
Hold on, let's go back to it. So you are worried Bryan is dead, and so now you're worried because Rashaun is dead.
Yeah.
Were you worried because they didn't get along?
No.
Okay, so what do you do as you're worried? You try to call the defendant?
Yeah.
How many times you call?
I don't know. Obsessively, I'm sure.
Okay. Going back to sort of 2006, you said the word obsessively. Like, what would that mean? What's obsessively to you? Like 1 time, 2 times?
More.
More than that.
Yeah.
So would it be fair to say you're like blowing up his phone, calling him a lot?
100%, yes.
Were you only calling him?
No.
Who else did you call?
Ganny,
Okay. And she's from Lake City, right?
yes.
Okay. Now, I think we sort of did a pocket. You said Willie's calling you between 7 and 9. Mm-hmm. Are you, we'll say, around that time is when you're making these phone calls?
Ish, yeah. I mean, like maybe I wasn't calling as I was driving, so maybe it was after that,
Okay.
but in that whole period of time, yeah.
So you're blowing up his phone. At some point, do you get into contact with him?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's go back a second before you get in contact with him.
Okay.
On November 7th, the defendant changes his phone number. Did you have his new phone number when you were reaching out to him?
I don't recall.
If you did have it, do you remember how you got it?
I mean, kind of. You told me in the hallway that I got him the phone, so I mean, that.
Okay, well, were you the authorized user on his account?
I don't know.
At this time, the state would seek to introduce judgment as previously marked as states and previously shown to defense as states exhibit 2F for identification purposes as states.
No, any objection?
No objection other than our previous objections.
Okay.
State Exhibit 2F marked for identification now becomes State 128.
And at this time, the state will seek to introduce those previously marked as states 2G for identification purposes and previously shown to defense as states.
Twenty-nine, I guess?
Yes,
Any
29. I was
objection?
just waiting for that.
Yeah, any objection?
No, other than our previous
29.
objections.
29.
Verizon Wireless, was that your carrier back then?
Yes.
And was that the defendant's carrier back then?
Yes. I mean, of one of the phones. He had a number of phones.
Okay.
Not all at one time.
So one of his phones that he had that you communicated with were Verizon.
Right.
Did anyone in your family work for Verizon Wireless?
My father owned Verizon Wireless franchises.
Okay, so,
Stores, whatever.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 24, and what has been previously, entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 24. May I have virtual witness? Okay. All right, so at the top here, what carrier is that?
That's Verizon.
And then whose name is listed right?
Rashaun.
And the address under his is what?
My address at 1508 Michigan Avenue.
Does that, what if anything does that mean to you? Does it mean anything to you?
I mean, aside from that was his phone.
Would he have, to your knowledge, did he have your address listed in any of his other personal sort of documents, with his bank or with anything else?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, so you said you were calling him excessively, you would reach out to him quite a few times. At what point do you get in contact with him?
I'm not sure. He either called me back or he answered one of my phone calls.
Okay. Now, would this phone call have been after you were already at a pottery barn,
Yeah.
almost at home?
Yeah.
So it would have been later in the night?
I think so. It wasn't immediate.
Now, that day, do you remember talking to him at all?
Yeah. Like, before I went to work?
Sure, before you went to work.
No.
Were you guys in communication at all throughout the day?
I don't know.
So, by the time that Willie calls you, again, I guess, when was the last time that you maybe remember talking to Rashaun?
I don't recall.
You don't recall talking to him before you went to work?
I don't know if it was the night before, if it was the morning I went to work. I do not know. It was, I don't know, somewhere within that time frame, in a day.
In a
We
day.
had not gone several days without speaking.
Were you aware that on November 7th, the defendant had been suspended from the football team?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
Willie told me.
That was the first time that you had heard that he had been suspended?
Yeah.
Objection waiting.
Oh. Okay. So, did you reach out to any of the coaches to see if you could get in contact with Rashaun?
So, I mean, again, I don't recall, but I do know, I mean, I was told that I had reached out to Swayze.
And that was because you were concerned for the defendant?
Objection waiting.
Assisting, this is a formal question.
Why'd you call them? Why'd you reach out to all these people?
To try and find Rashaun. To see if anybody knew if he was okay, alive, anything.
All right, so at some point you make contact with him. What does he tell you?
That he was okay.
Is that all he tells you?
I mean, I don't recall the whole conversation, but the gist of it was that he was okay, he had been suspended. That was it. That's all I can remember. And then I was probably asking him when I would see him, because I did see him later.
Did he come over to your apartment?
Yes.
What time did he come?
Late, I don't recall. Oh, I mean, after I got home from work.
Were you aware that he was the only person who didn't go to the Hex Center that night?
Objection assumes facts, not an evidence.
I don't know. What?
Were you aware that he was the only person who didn't go to the HAC Center for the mandatory meeting that night?
No, I was not aware.
When Willie Cooper called you, wasn't he looking for Rashaun?
Yeah, but he didn't tell me that everybody else was there.
But did he tell you he was looking for him because he wasn't at the meeting?
I don't.
Hearsay.
I don't really recall if he was saying I'm looking for him for the meeting. I think it was just more like, where is he? Have you been in touch with him? Type of thing. We didn't. The meeting was, not something he discussed with me.
Okay, so when you spoke with Rashaun, what, if anything, did you tell him?
Oh, I don't know.
Did you tell him what had happened to Bryan?
I don't recall.
This is exactly why you can't try this whole case. Your witnesses, your key witnesses, are all being like, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't recall, so that the state are saying, yeah, but they're trying to put stuff out there for the jury, but none of these people recall. How can you prosecute somebody on the basis of, well, I don't know, I've no idea, I don't know where I was, were we in a relationship maybe? Was he the only one that didn't go to the meeting? No idea. So you're saying because he didn't go to the team meeting, he killed him? Not just that, but because he phoned somebody and asked for money, which we don't know how much money. It might have been $20. It could have been $200. That's motive to kill him. If you're talking about stretches, you're talking about putting people in prison for the rest of their lives, and this is it. This is what we're doing. I understand we need to get justice for the victim, but in order to go to prison, in my opinion, there should be by far beyond the reason. There should be no circumstantial stuff in there. If you can't prove it, then they don't get to go to prison. Yeah, maybe perhaps it's a possibility. I think so. That is not enough to put someone in prison. However, juries are willing to convict on anything because the state said so, because they don't believe the prosecutors would ever lie. They don't believe the police would ever lie. And we've seen so many police in so many cases find out that they lied. So I struggle with this. This is not for me what justice should look like. Did he kill the victim? Maybe. But unless you can absolutely show me or have several eyewitnesses, a ton of eyewitnesses, video proof, anything. Even they say his phone shows that he was there, but then we find out from an expert that his phone wasn't in the area. So I don't, as I say, I'd rather have 100 I'd rather have 100 guilty people out there than one innocent person in prison. And this is just another example of why I believe I'd rather have him out on the streets, even if he did it, unless we've got conclusive proof of it. Not this hearsay stuff. I just don't. You can't tell me beyond a reasonable doubt that he killed Bryan Pata, sorry. And I hope the jury see that, but unfortunately, jurors don't see it that way. They just see it as, oh well, he probably did do it, and that's the problem. He probably is not good enough.
I don't know how it came up, but yeah, it was something we did discuss that Bryan was killed, and that's where I expressed my concern. I just wanted to know that he was okay.
Did he tell you how he found out?
No.
Objection leading.
Did he tell you at any point whether or not his phone was off?
No, he didn't tell me. I knew it was off.
How did you know it was off?
So I was calling him like a psycho.
I'm showing you what's been marked in State's Exhibit 25. What has been, entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 25. So you said when you were looking for him, you were reaching out to sort of everyone. You were calling his grandmother. She lives in mid-city.
Yeah.
Now, I'm showing you the first page. What
Okay.
carrier is that?
Verizon.
Whose name is that?
Mine.
Do you recognize this phone number here, 201?
Yeah.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
So, I'm gonna,
No, I don't believe so, Lady Di. I think she did know Bryan Pata, she said. She knew of him, but didn't know him. This was his actual girlfriend, but they weren't exclusive.
draw your attention to, we'll say, 1912. It's about 7:12 p.m.
Okay.
I'm going to give you this pink highlighter. We've heard from Detective Hellman that 986 was the Lake City area code. Can you,
It's 386.
386, excuse me, thank you. 386. So can you take this pink highlighter and just look through these columns here and highlight where you see the 386 area code? We can flip through that page in the next one.
Like, are you saying I didn't call her or something? I don't know.
I'm just asking you to highlight wherever that 386 column is. If you don't see it, you don't see it.
I don't know.
Okay.
Because I had also a home phone at the time. So if I was home from work, I potentially would have called her from that.
Okay.
Why is my own phone number in here? I called myself. I don't get it.
It's the outgoing. This is the person who dials is on this side.
So, what she said was that they were seeing other people, but she did say in her testimony she knew who Bryan Pata was, but she wasn't friendly with him.
Now these numbers.
You're the dialing party. These are the numbers that you called.
Oh, this is my number.
This is who called you.
Oh, here's 386. Here's 386.
Okay.
This is who called me.
Nope. I just want you to look right here.
This is who I called.
No, I just want you to look straight down here for the 386 number.
Oh, it's on the other side.
Thank you so much. Okay. All right, so around what time did Rashaun come to your apartment that night?
I don't recall the time.
And why did he come there that night?
I don't know. To go to sleep or
When he got there, what was he like?
I don't know.
Was he upset?
He was definitely disappointed in himself. This was a huge obstacle for him to get through. It's the second time he was suspended. He was already not like one of the starters, a star player. So this was not good, and he knew it.
So somebody had just died, but he was more concerned about being suspended from the team?
Objection, leaving.
Oh, I mean, no, yeah. I'm sure he was upset that someone had been, killed, but my concern obviously was for him, so that's more the direction that our conversation went. Like, what is he going to do now that he's suspended again?
Bear with me 1 second.
Data James.
When you finally talked to Rashaun, did he tell you where?
On the
he
phone or
spent-
in person?
I'm sorry, what?
On the phone or in person?
When you first talked to him,
Okay.
did he tell you where he spent the afternoon?
No,
He didn't tell you where it was?
I didn't ask him. I don't know. That wasn't my concern.
So when you asked him where he had been all day, what did he tell you?
I'm not sure that I asked him that.
So you were looking for him all day, at least in the evening hours, and you didn't know where he was, and you didn't ask him where he was?
Objection, leaving.
No, my concern at the time was not where are you? It's are you okay? So,
Are you okay? Where are you? Wasn't something that you had asked him?
Objection, asked and answered.
I don't know how to better answer your question. I'm sorry.
Also, if you see them in the chat, Erin Hack's birthday was on Friday, so happy birthday to her. And also Josie, her birthday's today as well, so happy birthday to Josie. If you see them in chat, then wish them a happy birthday. That's Erin Hack. She was, her birthday was on Friday, and Josie's birthday is today. So happy birthday to them both.
When you were with him, was his phone going off? Were people calling him?
I don't recall.
Did he tell you why he didn't go to the team meeting that night?
Not that I can remember.
Do you remember talking to detectives in this? The detectives ever come and reach out to you?
Yes, numerous times.
Do you remember talking to Detective Pat Diaz?
No, I don't remember any of their names.
Okay, so you remember talking to detectives?
Yep.
Do you remember talking to reporters in this case?
I have.
And do you know whether or not when you spoke, at least with the reporters, that was recorded?
It has been.
Have you had an opportunity to listen to that?
I have not.
Would listening to that, or at least reading a transcript of it, help refresh your recollection as to what you told them?
Proper refresh, Judge. Objection.
Oh.
Would it refresh my memory now? I'm not sure. I mean, what I said is what I said to them.
So reading back your own words or listening to your own voice wouldn't help you remember what you told them 5-6 years ago? Is that?
I'm not denying what I've said, so I'm not sure. Do you want me to read it?
I print it out. May I approach the witness? Yes. More to read through that.
Can I please see what you're showing the witness?
It's the copy of the transcript.
Judge, can we come sidebar?
Okay.
Responses.
Okay. You done?
I mean, I just read some of my responses.
Okay. So, do you recall, after reading that, where the defendant told you he was that afternoon?
I don't recall, but I see my statement. That he was driving around. Something along those lines was my response.
Was that something that he would do often?
Yeah. That's my next comment. He loved going for drives alone. He would just go. He would go anywhere. He'd go up 95 for a drive. He'd go down Ocean Drive. He would just go always. He liked to smoke like a cigarette and drive, put his stupid music on really loud. It wasn't surprising to me. It wasn't out of character.
Do you recall whether you got in contact with any of his family members that day?
Objection, I'm not sure, is the witness can stay with the document?
You can flip it over.
Flip it over?
The whole packet, just flip it right on over.
Oh.
Do you recall whether you got in contact with any of his family members that day?
I mean, according to this, I did. But I think I also already said that I did. That I had tried to reach out to his grandma and his sister.
Did you make contact with them?
I believe I did.
Judge, thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, thank you. Go on. Hi, Sherry. So the state asked you a number of questions. I want to start with the phone records. So the phone records, do you have the exhibit?
Phone records are up there. Oh, actually, no, sorry, I grabbed them by accident.
Thank you. All right, name of church? Yes. So, do you see a call from Mr. Jones, from Rashaun, at 7:43?
Hello, Leanne. It's a good morning, Leanne. Allegedly. Hello, my darling.
Yes, I do.
And what about at 7:46?
Yeah.
And that would have been after,
Thank you, Leanne. Thank you. Welcome to Erin's Taco, Leanne. Thank you, my darling. Mwah, mwah. Much love to you. Don't worry about it at all. Thank you, my darling. I appreciate you. Leanne's always welcome to this chat. Allegedly. Not like you, Bex.
Mr. Pat was killed.
Right.
Now, you were also asked if you reached out to family members, coach, some other people, and you said that you wanted to see if Rashaun was okay. Is that right?
Yes.
You weren't calling him because you were concerned that he had just killed someone, were you?
No, I was concerned for him being potentially killed as well.
And you mentioned that that concern came from other things that were happening around that time.
Well, yes, because like I said before, Willie Cooper had been shot, another football player. So Willie was shot, and then I get out of work and I get to the panic that Bryan was shot, and then nobody could find Rashaun, so my mind went to the worst case.
Just Jugs, you were also on that list, so You might be overtaking Bex if you don't start behaving. It's only because you've been so busy lately that I've not been able to abuse you, just Jugs. But you're still on the list, don't you worry about that.
So I was worried that he had been shot.
You were concerned that UN players were being targeted.
I was concerned that there were now 2 UN players shot, and I was concerned that he was the third.
And these, just taking a step back from it all, these events happened 20 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Did you keep a diary that night?
No.
Did you make any recorded statements that night?
No.
Did you memorialize anything that happened that night?
No.
So when you're sitting here today and you're testifying, that is entirely from your memory. Is
To
that
my
correct?
best recollection, yes.
And when you said that you don't remember, is it because you genuinely do not remember?
No, I genuinely don't remember.
Are you covering for Mr. Jones in any way?
No.
Now, the state also asked you if you had ever seen Rashaun with a firearm. Or sorry, I think they asked you if you had ever seen Rashaun fire. Right? That's what they asked you.
I believe so.
And did you know Rashaun to have a firearm?
I did not.
So you never saw him with any firearm?
I did not.
And a couple of weeks ago, you were arrested on a material witness warrant.
Objection,
correct?
Judge.
Sustained.
Move to strike your.
Okay, please disregard the last statement.
And so, just to be clear, any statements that you've made. So actually, let me rephrase that. In 2021, you gave a sworn statement, right?
I couldn't tell you the year, but I've given numerous statements. Yes.
And so, again, just talking big picture, 20 years ago when this happened, when Bryan Pata was killed and people were being interviewed, was that the first time that you were interviewed around then? Close in time to...
By the police?
By the police, yes.
Yeah. They came to my apartment one afternoon.
And is it fair to say that that would have been 2006, 2007?
Yeah.
When was the next time that you heard from the police after that?
Oh, man. A long years. I don't even know how many years.
Over a decade?
Yeah. I would say sounds right. I don't know. It was a long time.
Just give me one moment.
Yeah, she was arrested. She did say as well. Let's go back a little bit.
A long years.
The first time that you were interviewed around then? And did you know Rashaun to have a firearm?
I did not.
And a couple of weeks ago, you were arrested on a material witness warrant.
Objection,
correct?
Judge.
Sustained.
Move to strike your.
Why is that sustained though? Why are you ejecting stay? If she's arrested a couple of weeks ago and it could potentially impact this trial, if her credibility is in question, then why aren't they allowed to bring her in? It's your case, state. You know, it's your witness. You can't just bring in everything you want. Right, let's skip it.
It had been over a decade. Okay, and so it had been over a decade since you had spoken with the police. And then when they did speak with you, do you remember that there was a prosecutor there, detectives there later on? And now I'm talking about the 2021 statements.
So in 2021, they showed up at my house again. And I wouldn't talk to them there because, I mean, I have a family and I don't know, this is not something I wanted to bring my family into. So yeah, I met with them at Starbucks.
You met with them at Starbucks, and were you told anything that you had previously stated before that? So did they tell you what you had said before that?
Objection, Judge, to the form of the question. It's confusing.
You're saying the
The
detectives?
detectives.
The second time that I met them, I mean, they had to refresh my memory quite a bit.
And so in refreshing your memory, they weren't refreshing your memory with your previous sworn statements, right? You hadn't given a sworn statement before 2021.
No, I had just met with the two detectives shortly after the murder, and then I don't know if that was like a sworn statement or whatever that was called. And then however many years later, 10 years later, something like that, I didn't remember a lot. So,
Okay,
yeah,
they filled in the blanks for you.
they filled in the blanks for me.
And so going back to that initial meeting when those two detectives came.
So those two detectives filled in the blanks for you. I mean, how are we even here, people? So she did not remember, and detectives are filling in the blanks to her, saying what they want her to believe, and now she's at court testifying. What the fuck are we doing right now? Fucking hell.
To speak with you. Was Rashaun there?
Yes.
Okay, and did he have any issue with you speaking with the police?
No, I was not going to, and he encouraged me to. We were driving, and I got a phone call from the building manager saying that there's two detectives here to speak to you. I happened to be with him in the car, and I was like, this is crazy. Why are they talking to me? And he said, go, find out. And so I turned the car around, I went back over there, and we pulled up to valet, and the two detectives were standing there, and the two of us got out of the car together.
And at that point, when they tried to speak with you or when they wanted to speak with you, did Rashaun say something to the effect of anything that you
Objection,
did for
self-serving hearsay.
assisting? No. Okay. At that point, did they speak with you alone?
Yeah.
And if so, how did that come to be?
They would only speak to me alone. They would not speak to the two of us together.
Okay, and once that was clarified, did Rashaun have any issue with that?
He was encouraging me to go and talk to them. He had no problem.
Self-serving, Your Honour, self-serving. They are going to make our case even weaker, Your Honour. This is why I now am starting to hate trials with how bullshit some of this stuff is. If you are a prosecution, you have to. I give the standard to prosecutors a lot higher, because if you're going to put somebody in prison, your standard should be a lot higher. Nothing should be hidden. Everything should be in front of the jury. That's of benefit to the case and to the defendant. You're trying to convict somebody for the rest of their lives, so the burden is fully on you. So full bullshit that things shouldn't be let in. It should be 100% let in. I know it's not supposed to, but fuck it. They should change the laws for this bullshit. Hello, Lisa, by the way. Hey, Baseball Dad, how are you, sir? Nice to see you, buddy. Baseball Dad from Indiana. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Hope you're doing well. They are all corrupt. They are. Do you know what? Some of you might have noticed. I'm becoming disinterested in trials because of this kind of shenanigans. It's so frustrating to watch some of the bullshit that we see. Again, I don't know who killed him. The guy could have, but let's not deal with this bullshit where prosecution are allowed to put what's suitable for their case in there and to pin it on somebody with very much a lack of evidence because it happened like nearly 20 years ago. It doesn't sit well with me because I truly do believe there's a lot of innocent people in prison right now. Now, are there people in prison that are guilty? Yes, there are. But the state should be made to work for it. Not any of this bullshit that's going on these days.
That.
And you also mentioned that you have a family now. You have kids, you didn't want to bring them into this.
Correct?
So it's not easy for you to be here testifying, is it?
It's not. At all.
No further questions.
Okay, redress?
Defense counsel pointed out that at 7:43, you got a call from Rashaun Jones, defendant. What did he tell you?
I don't recall.
So,
There were 2 phone calls back to back. I don't know if we spoke in the first call or not. I don't know.
so when you previously testified on direct that you hadn't heard from him and you didn't know where he was, and Willie Cooper was looking for him, you in fact had talked to him at around 7:43.
Objection is characterizing the evidence there were calls.
You in fact had talked to him at 7:43.
I'm not sure that I had spoken to him. He called me. I don't know if we spoke or not. I don't recall.
When you met with detectives back in 2007, didn't you tell Pat Diaz that you were worried that Rashaun was going to get blamed for something?
I don't recall. That was the first or the second one?
At least in 2007 when you went with Detective Pat Diaz.
Oh, 2007.
The time that you
first
said that
one.
Rashaun was encouraging you to talk to the police.
Yeah, he did.
Didn't you recall telling Pat Diaz that you were in fact worried that he was going to get blamed?
Objection here said improper impeachment.
I don't recall. I wasn't necessarily worried about him being blamed that night. I don't know what you mean.
So you don't remember saying it, or you do?
I don't.
Did you know that the other UN player that you were talking about was shot by another UN player?
Willie?
Objection, facts not in
Who?
evidence.
Did you know?
Who? Which one?
The one you were talking about before. I think it was Willie.
That he was shot by a UN player? I didn't know that.
You in fact stayed in touch with the defendant and his family even after you guys broke up.
Minimally.
And you've in fact given them money over the years? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you had said that your statements weren't memorialized at some point, but they were in fact memorialized by a reporter. Correct?
To a degree, yeah.
In fact, the statements that you gave were actually recorded.
I mean, the ones that you just had me read those are my words.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Not.
Okay, thank you, you're excused, have a good afternoon.
See, so they're allowed to say wherever they want. They're facts not in evidence, but allowed to say anything they want. Bullshit. Hello to you, Amy. How are you, my darling? Thank you, Lady Di, for the memberships. That means I have to be nice to you for 10 minutes, and I will. I know that there are some other trials going on at the minute. I hope you're doing well, Amy. Nice to see you, my darling. This is Rashaun himself. This came into trial as evidence. So we'll watch this. This is his, I believe, his interview with the police.
Okay, I was waiting on that. I know that guy, so they're right. All right, Sean, so I told you from the moment we made contact, and before we go further, you have to go to your right and also up your right, right? How you feel right now? Okay. You have any health issues? Carl? Yeah, Carl. Have you taken medication for that? You taking it? What's the last way you completed? Last grade. Well, that's education, it was college, I know. Yeah, I'm third grade, sure. Third grade. Okay, what do you major? Sports management. How many credits? About 30. 30. Look over your bachelor's? Yeah. You can finish that up now. Sports management. How many hours you sleep last night? 10. And are you under the influence of any drug or alcohol? No. So you take any medication for you? You say you have heart murmur? And do you have any learning disabilities or anything like that? Okay, so I go one by one, and if you understand each line, you just initial next to the yes, and if you don't understand it, you initial next to the no. Same thing you read, you still perform on a department. Okay, you have the right to remain silent, you don't have to talk to me if you do not wish to do so. You do not have to answer any of my questions, do you understand that right? If you do, just initial, don't you put upside down because you're initial. Just initial, do you understand it? You want to know if you present with a question at this time, or anything you answer, or entitled to have a lawyer present, do you understand that right? If you understand it, then just initial yes. Okay. If you cannot put the proof that lawyer, only will be provided for you at no cost. If you want one, you understand that right? That's what they refer to as a public attorney. You know about that? Yes. Okay. Now, no one's going to say no one to answer my questions if I have the lawyer present. It's yes or no. And then the statements on my own free will, without any threats or promises I may make to me. And then yes. Let's take care of the sign at the bottom. And I'll give you the date and the time. The date is 8/19 of 21, and the time is 1:54 p.m. That's perfect. Thank you, sir. You can sign this, I'll forget later. Yes. All right, sir. All right, so. You already know before you got put in your car, I told you the topic you want to talk to you about today, the case is on. And I know you were going to talk to me, tell me your whatever background you want to give me. Now, we can start from the beginning. Give me contact to the moment you met Bryan Pata, or how you want to know, whatever you feel more comfortable with. What do you want to talk about?
I don't know what you asked me.
No, I understand. For all this investigation, okay, we received a lot of information of your relationship with Bryan. What can you tell me about your relationship with Bryan?
I mean, that up and down relationship.
Okay. What happened? What does it mean up and down?
With teammates, I guess, females got involved. So it was, I don't know, I guess jealousy over females.
But isn't that kind of normal stuff between players?
My same brother, Bryan died, who was beef. I had no beef, I had no problem with Bryan.
Okay.
I'm telling you shit. I can remember my homie and we played in and he was his shoes right time. I'm the one that tied up all these. After we fought, after we had our conversation, all that there,
What's the first competition you had with Bryan? Who was the first? Who's your longer? You were Bryan.
Bryan.
So what year were you?
Was it in 04? I think he came like a 3.
Okay, so you wasn't a year old higher than you.
Yeah.
Okay. The first beef you had in terms of female. What can you tell me about that? What was it about?
Was it, there was a female that, I guess he liked it. And, she was interested in both of us, you know, at that time. Yeah, so she was interested in both of us. There really wasn't no beef. It was, that's my girlfriend now. I said, okay, I don't mess with her no more than to be a girlfriend. So they got a relationship and was going together. So that was really no beef. I mean, she made her his girlfriend.
What's that girl's name?
Jada.
Okay, let's talk about Jada because Jada's name comes up a lot during the investigation. Is that the first time you got any beef with Bryan whatsoever?
Yeah.
That you remember? That was over Jada.
Yeah.
You dated Jada?
Yeah, dated Jada.
Did you guys have any relations?
Yeah, relations.
Okay, so you had sex with her?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's relations. And Bryan found out about it?
More or less about the relations before we got together.
So you and Jada messed around before Bryan was still a boyfriend with her?
Yeah. Well, every time we won't be referenced.
Okay, and so what was the issue? I don't understand, what was the beef?
She kept, I see something, and she'll go back and say something, Bryan say something. She was just trying to get picked between both of us. I wasn't really
Stir the pot, like you said.
Yeah, it wasn't really nothing. It might be over. He said something to me. I said, what? am I gonna get in trouble for saying something to you? I don't understand why you go back and say it, Brian, like, I'm gonna get in trouble for saying something to you, like, I don't.
That's kind of like Brian did one for talking to you. Yeah, I got you. Okay. And then what happened from there? Was there other altercations or other confrontations with Brian?
Yes, we got into, well, after I had surgery, well, Brian actually jumped on me, I had surgery. I took a leg room and I was up there for summer. And I was on campus with another teammate, Rome, and Brian was on campus with another teammate. He was his friend.
You know another teammate?
Eric Monk.
Okay.
So Eric was like, I was in Eric's room. Yeah, I was in Eric's room, so Brian wanted to come in. I went to open the door. So I finally let Brian in. He rushed me, jumped on me, head butted me. But that was the end of that. I got up from there, went downstairs, and I cried a little bit. But there wasn't no ongoing beef where I was at Brian, trying to hurt Brian, nothing like that.
Okay. What was the next incident that happened?
For us, that was the only incident we got into.
You never had any relations between you and Brian? We've talked to several people that remember an incident where you got so upset you actually made threats to Brian. Is that right?
That was when he hit, but that was, like I said, I let him in the room. He jumped on the head, but I mean, like I said, I probably argued in the hallway. I left. I went back downstairs. I called my grandmother, something like that. And that was the end of that. Wasn't no ongoing. It didn't spill over or carry on from that night.
Okay,
I talked to the coaches. The coaches got involved the next day. I talked to Rankin about it, Walton. My was the back coach. So
who's the back coach?
then it was Walton.
Walking? Okay.
Walton. Yeah.
Okay. One question you made to Brian that day. And the reason I'm asking is because remember I told you
I didn't do it, Brian.
that this case we went for 15 years, so there's a lot we have to talk about. In 15 years, you can imagine, even before I got involved, a lot of people have been interviewed. Okay, so everybody's got a side that, to the story, and there's been a lot of the same reports from many people about some of the things that were said back and forth that happened between you and Brian. So that's not
but me, Brian, and Eric Monk.
but there's got to be more incidents, so I'm saying.
It was a Jada incident. And that was me and Brian in the dog incident. And the only two ever incidents we had. And he reported to the coach and everything.
Okay.
And the coach got involved.
Did you ever threaten ever to hurt Brian in any way? Did you ever threaten to shoot Brian?
No, never. I didn't own building. I don't.
Okay, okay. Now that you ask me, then you mentioned, I don't want to forget. Have you ever owned a firearm?
No.
Never. Did you own a firearm back when you were at University of Miami?
No.
You never carried? Never. Did you ever make it sound like you carried a firearm?
I don't know. That was a lot going on back then. I don't remember if I said, I didn't ever say I carried a firearm.
Okay, you got told somebody, for example, I always strap, or I always carry my gun with me, or I always carry my piece with me, anything along those lines, letting someone know that you always have a gun in you. You would never said that, and you definitely don't remember that. You would remember that if you would have done that, and you definitely never had a firearm while you were in the firearm. Did you ever have any other issues with anybody else while you were at the University of Miami, where a gun might have been involved, or a gun might have been mentioned, or anything along those lines?
No.
No, okay. Let's fast forward a little bit now. So now you say from the moment, the last beef that you had with Brian, which was in the dorms, you say?
In the dorm. That was over the summertime.
And what year was that roughly?
It was the summer of 05.
Okay. So that's about a year and a half. About a year and a half before Brian's killed. And then from that point on, describe to me your relationship with Brian from that point on.
It was really a high vibe. I mean, we were on the same team. It was great. We had to come in and do, play on the same team. So it wasn't I can't come to the locker room. If I come to the locker room, I'm scared to come to the locker room. I can't be around Brian. I'm scared. No, it wasn't that. I never get that feeling of intimidation.
Okay. And okay, so you never had any people Brian. No. If anybody would think that you had people Brian, why would they think that you had people Brian like that?
Because of the Jada situation.
Because he just kept on going to you.
Because he kept dating.
Did you ever bring up Jada to see you ever again? Did you ever mess around with Jada after that? You left her alone, never had any
Never did. I reached out to her recently when ESPN, we started meeting. I tried to ask her what was going on. She never kind of stayed back in.
Okay, so that's a little down the road. Okay, during that time at University of Miami, you're describing that relationship. This is the summer of 2005. No more issues. You have a high value relationship with Brian. You don't consider those any issues whatsoever. No beef. Did you have any beef with any?
Detective Segovia, was the defendant referring to an incident with Brian and Eric Moncourt's dorm room?
Yes.
Who was present during that fight?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
Did you learn if anyone... Did you learn that other individuals were present during that fight?
Objection, hearsay. Yes.
Did you interview Eric Moncourt and David Howe?
Yes.
Was what the defendant told you in his statement consistent with what they told you?
No, it's inconsistent with what they told me.
Did the defendant own a firearm?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
During your investigation, did you receive information that the defendant owned a firearm while he attended the University of Miami?
Objection, hearsay, lack of personal knowledge. Yes.
When did you learn that he first had a firearm? At what point in college?
Very early on, he made mention of it, talked about having a specific type of firearm, and actually produced a firearm to one of the players.
During your investigation, did you learn that the defendant had issues with Bryan Pata?
Objection, hearsay. Very early on, yes.
Did those issues continue up until Bryan Pata's death?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge. They were consistent from the first fight they had. There was a lot of bad blood between them.
Relationship. This is the summer 2005. No more issues. You have a high five relationship with Bryan. You don't consider the English whatsoever. No beef. Did you have any beef with anybody else on that team? No. Did you have any enemies on that team? Not that I'm aware of. Okay. So nobody that you would think was trying to hurt you in any way or nothing. Was there any other drama going on with the team and Bryan during that time?
Yeah, he was in and out of the clubs. The clubs, you know, he was in my coaching while he was with it. William Williams, yeah. Okay. So Williams' brother got cut up bad in the club.
Okay.
And they told him, I guess they were sending a message to, because William and Bryan, when we all used to go, they just kept on.
Hold on.
Can I see the attorney's cell phone? All right, Ralph, I'm gonna have him step into the jury room for a few moments just so that we can.
All rise for the jury.
All right, take your seat. Here it is, 2.2. All right, so just for the record, the instruction that I was referring to is 2.2. And it's introduction on edited recordings. It's members of the jury are about to listen to a video audio recording. The court instruction that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view or listen to and consider this evidence. Okay, and state, you want to, I mean, the conversations I've already on the record, but you're going to, we'll just see where you start back in. You're going to have to take that out of this recording before it goes back to the jury.
Yes.
Members of the jury are about to listen to or see a video recording. The court instruction that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view or listen to and consider this evidence.
Close friends during that time. Bruce? Lorraine? Bruce? Joe Johnson? Okay, well, yeah, that's one guy around. I think he played there, or he wants to play with Giants. He wants to play with Giants? You don't have any of the 2011. When he played with Giants? On corner? I played like 08, 09, 12. Okay. You're probably a better player than Bruce was. As a DB, we use a knucklehead. You need somebody smack upside your head. It happens, man. It happens. Well, who are you playing with?
I used to hang with Brandon Member a lot.
Okay.
Willie Cooper, Ryan Moore.
Those are all your close friends? Okay. Anybody else?
Darnell.
I don't know what that is.
Cindy's.
Oh, yes. Okay. All right. So those are your group of friends. And were they people with Brian inside at all? So, do you, in your opinion, I don't know what words in your mouth, would it be accurate to say that all those beef between you and Brian was all made up people?
Made up. Yeah, they took it and ran with it from the little stuff that was stirred between me, him, and the girl, and the little altercation we got into it in the dorm. They took that as in, I wanted to hurt Brian. I don't know for what. He didn't do nothing to me. Jared, for me to hurt him.
Right. Right. And if you stand here now and tell them you never threatened them,
I never did nothing to hurt home and nothing about it.
so never make threats to them, nothing like that. Okay. Now let's move forward now, get a little closer now to the timeline of when Brian was killed. Do you remember the night that he was killed?
I mean, the day,
Okay, let's talk about that.
Start from the day.
Stop in the morning.
From the morning.
Well, whatever. As far as you can remember the day.
Okay, so I come in, for me, I come in to practice that day, but I feel like my second drug test.
Okay.
When you do a weekly drug test, so I think it's, I don't know, it's a Wednesday probably?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't remember what they got that. But anyway, I come on a Tuesday.
It was a Tuesday.
It was a Tuesday. So I come in for meetings, name on the list, pay second drug test. Coach Cole called me to his office, Rashaun, what's going on, THC in the system.
So you go for marijuana?
Go for marijuana, so I don't go to practice that day.
Okay.
When I leave out of the office, I go home.
Okay, where were you looking back then?
In Blue Village.
Where's that? I don't know.
Right by South England Mall.
Okay. So on the other side of US 1?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So I go home. So when I go home, I'm at home from practice to home. I mean, from practice, I'm at home. So when by the time he got out of practice, Bruce called me on the phone, like, bro, I said, home, what was going on? He said, oh, Brian did. I said, what? He said, yeah, but somebody killed Brian. I said, man, shut the hell up. He said, for real? I said, hold on, let me call him right back. I hung up with Bruce and called cousin Trisha on the phone. Like, I ain't Bruce's cousin, no. Brian's cousin.
Oh, Brian's cousin. Okay,
I don't know like this.
What's Trisha's last name?
Duncan Paris? Duncan, Trisha's last name, Trisha Duncan.
Okay.
Duncan.
Okay, and she's cousin with Brian?
First cousin with Brian. Her mama, daddy, and Brian's mama had his sisters. And me and her like this.
Okay.
So when I come back,
I know what you're saying, okay. I mean, I know they're coming, but I don't see the name in the reports. First cousin, okay.
yes.
Okay, so where do you start?
So I tell her, truth, Brian did. She said, stop playing this. I say, for real, Bruce just called me and said somebody killed him. She started crying on the phone. All I could do was just hold the phone and listen to her while she crying. I couldn't say nothing. I didn't know what to say. She just like, no, what's going on? I was like, I don't know, Chris. I wasn't even there. I'm at home. I get a phone call at home. Somebody telling me that. So after that, after I hung with her, I think I might call Bruce back, and Bruce said it was a mandatory meeting at our facility. And I ain't go to the mandatory meeting. I talked to Sherry. And Sherry,
Who called you to the meeting?
Bruce
Johnson. Okay, did anybody call you about a meeting that night?
No.
Okay.
Who's the only one calling me? Let me tell you, it was a TV.
Okay.
I'm the only one that goes to TV.
What's that?
Because I was still distraught from my second marijuana. We selling that drug test.
That's it, so.
And so I didn't want to be a boxing or be a
You're
dog.
just in a bad mood.
In a bad mood because I don't have a better state game coming up and they think game Saturday. So I was just basically to myself until Sherry said, well, I think we need to come out here. Come to the beach. I heard that's another letter.
You're going back, I'm home. So you get a call, you're home chilling. You're home day?
I was home from the time I left the center. From the time I left the Hick Center. We started the Hick Center. From the time I left there, till I went to my house, I was home.
And how did you get home from the next center? No, I understand. Which way did you take? You don't remember? Okay. But you live east of US 1.
I stayed right behind the wall. So if this US 1.
Right.
So you turn right back here, the mall sit right here.
So you're on the side of the mall?
I'm on the side of the mall.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying.
So if the mall sit like this, you know, it's a back piece back there, we can go around the mall back there.
Okay.
That's why I live, that's why I was saying.
Okay. So you're home, what time do you get home about? Roughly, you don't know the exact. After lunchtime?
It was going to have you at 2 because we had meeting probably at 3.
And before that you were on campus all day?
All day.
Did you have any confrontation with Brian at the school? No. Did you see him at all?
I don't remember seeing that.
All right. And who's the one that called you the drug test?
Coach.
Oh, he called you himself?
Yeah.
So you went straight to the head coach?
Yes.
Well, he was mad?
Yes.
How did you feel at that moment?
Disbelief.
No, the second time you go,
Second time.
so you go straight home from there?
Go straight home.
What kind of car was you driving at the time?
A white Mercury, like 98 Ford.
What was it belong to?
It belonged to my grandma, but I mean,
Okay, that's when you go back to the campus. You, at the time, you were also driving Sherry's car, is that right?
Sometimes I home.
All right, so you go home and spend the whole day alone?
Yeah.
Until you get a notification from Bruce Johnson that tells you Brian's been killed?
Right.
Okay, what
Talk
about,
about 3-4 hour window from the time I got home from him telling me that.
okay, and or you just went home?
Sure.
All right. When Bruce tells you that, what exactly did he tell you, if you remember?
That Brian did, somebody killed Brian.
Did he tell you where?
Yeah, he said at his house.
Okay.
I said, where? He said, everybody rushing to his apartment right now. He said, like, the whole team going over to his apartment right now.
Okay. And then he told you to go to the next time?
Yeah, he told me, I told him, he told us first, he called me back and said, we got a meeting at the extra.
Okay, you decided, you said, yeah, you gotta go.
Right.
All right, what happened next right after that?
I went to the beach house with Sherry.
Okay, so Sherry called you?
Yes.
And tell me about the conversation with Sherry.
She was in disbelief too, asking me what's going on. I told her I ain't no getting right there. I said, I've been home. She said, while you was home, and I tell her how I feel and say to her, she said, well, I think you just need to come out here. That'd be best right now. So I left my house and I drove to her beach house.
Okay, what time was that about?
I got around there about 8:39.
That was that early? Okay. All right, and then what you guys at the beach house, what happened when you got there?
Nothing. For real, we just talked about what the beach is. I guess what was going on and a lot of stuff going on.
Okay, like what?
I guess Brian was dying and we still in his roaches.
Okay. What was Sherry's attitude about it?
What you mean, yeah?
What was she saying about the whole thing? Was she sad, scared, mad? How was she reacting to Brian, the news of Brian being dead?
She didn't believe in Brian being dead too. She couldn't believe it.
Okay.
She said, I was sad for her too.
Do you know that Sherry was calling several people looking for you before she got hold of you? Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay, why is it that she wasn't getting hold of you earlier?
Because my phone was off.
So you turned your phone on after you spoke to Bruce Johnson?
No, she was calling me. Sherry was calling me when I first got out of the Hazel.
Okay.
I didn't talk to Sherry as I got off the phone with Bruce.
Okay, so when you got home, you turned on your phone?
Yeah.
What'd you do that?
I just didn't want to be from the outside world.
Okay.
But there was
So then how did Bruce get hold of you then?
I turned my phone.
That's all you turn on 2 hours and it happens to be that turn on when the call from
I was out there and say, what Brian did. I said, no.
Okay, and that's about 8:30 you said?
Around 8, yeah. What time we got to break? That's probably about 6:30.
Okay. That's how Bruce called you, think? Okay. Okay, what happened next? So you go to the beach? And then what happened from there?
None of us sitting here sharing talk out at the beach. Ain't nothing that happened. We went to sleep. And the next day, they brought us all in for a question. I just texted you to say retired. He came in.
Do you remember who spoke to you?
There were like two.
A bunch of them retired since
Two guys that talked to me. Then we talked.
Where did they talk to you?
He talked to everybody the same way that he did to him. Yeah, Coach Goldberg came in and said, some detectives here, we're going to block you guys for them to talk to. So I was one of the guys that they went out to talk to. Okay. So I talked to them and they took my statement, everything I said. Later on, they came back again and reviewed it and said, why didn't you tell me that you should mess with jail? I said, well, I didn't know that. I was supposed to tell them this.
So they spoke to you the first time and they tried to talk to you again after?
They tried to talk to me again and they talked to me again.
How far after was that?
About a week or two after that.
Okay. And it's all on campus too?
Yeah, on campus too. And then they came back again and want to talk to Sherry. They actually called Sherry and asked her to the interviewer. She said, yeah, meet them at the beach house. They pulled up out there. Okay. They met her. They went downstairs and they talked again to Sherry.
Do you remember what the technical word? Can you describe it to me?
Okay. One was tall. I know that. I've seen a couple on First Wave.
Okay. All right. The older guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've seen them on First Wave. After the interview, the interview Sherry for about an hour or so downstairs. And after the interview Sherry, I ain't hear from them to.
Now, was it, never ever had contact again after that regarding this case? How much longer were you at the University of Miami after Brian was killed? When did you become
seven? I got that test results. I was on state drug test.
So you gave an announcement to that?
After that, I know.
So how long was that? Okay. So if you go over now, you
You
finished the season now?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Who took over after Coker?
Randy Kennedy.
And that's you were there in Shannon 1 year?
No, I was there from happy. I felt my third and Randy Kennedy.
Okay, and then you said that's it. Okay. So then you went from where to where from there?
From Georgia Shaw University.
Who's that? North Carolina? Okay, and then you went where?
To Winston State.
And then where?
To Texas.
University of Texas?
No, Reasonable.
Oh, reasonable for what team?
And Roseville.
Okay, what position? Back? EB? Or, okay. Now, let's go back to the incident with Brian. The night that you get called by Bruce Johnson. So that night you always speak to Bruce Johnson, and then you call Patricia Dumack, and then Sherry, and then you go to Sherry's house. You don't talk to anybody else at me. No, you don't remember? You did not. You did not. Okay. You're sure about that? Yeah. Okay. In the following days, how good is your memory from that time period? Do you still remember very well?
It's pretty strong.
It's pretty strong. Do you remember speaking to Pastor Caldwell about the incident? Do you remember speaking to Pastor, what's the other pastor's name? Steve. There's another one, right?
Yeah.
Well, he been there, there was Black Steve and White Steve, right? Do you remember speaking to the white pastor, Steve?
Not about the situation.
At all, okay. So you talked about personal stuff that had nothing to do with the case. Did you talk to any other pastors during that time? Okay, do you remember talking to either of them about anything regarding the Bryan Pata case?
No, Steve, the black guy Steve, he was just wondering why I didn't come on to the team meeting.
Oh, he asked you?
No, I think he asked other players.
And what?
He asked me.
Okay, was that like an issue during that time? So people got a little bit talking, they didn't
Because I didn't show up to the team meeting. And I know I had to look because of the situation. I'm the only one not there then. But I was saying that me and him beefing and going through it. Okay, I understand and see what y'all talking about, but I'm telling you, I had nothing to do with him done.
Okay, all right. So, but you understand how it looks? Yes, you know, people are upset. Did anybody ever confront you about it?
The only thing I'm telling you about the girl on Facebook, she the only one that was the name.
And what do you shoot?
I don't know you.
All right, so, okay. What she posting on it? Just crap? Okay. Anybody else, the Pata family reach out to you at all?
No, but I think it's his first cousin.
Right. So you have, as long as you know that you get along fine with the Pata family.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me 1 second, let me show. Okay. Now, I want to know, anything else going on with the time period? So nothing happens until you get contact by ESPN 15 years later.
Nothing happened until we get contact by 3 years.
And what did tell them what they told you?
They were doing us case on the Bryan Pata murder. You were his family won't, his mother won't closure. My name was mentioned, brought up, when I like to tell my side of the story, to clear my name. I'm like, no.
So you never gave him an interview?
I never gave him an interview, but except from what I said on the phone and wrote it down. The dude on the phone, I'm like, no, why would I give y'all an interview? I ain't have nothing to do with his dad, so no, I don't care. I don't feel no type of way. No, that's 15 years ago. Y'all let them rest in peace. Like, I don't understand why y'all still digging up something. Well, I understand why, but I don't know why y'all still juring at me.
Right.
I understand what y'all doing. No, but I don't understand why y'all still nagging me. Like, I don't got nothing to say about it. I didn't have nothing to do with it, so I don't know what y'all want to do with your story. Right? But you know, like, it ain't something to me.
Okay. Now, we know no phone records. I told you that, okay? I mean, I'm mentioning that to you now. When you go phone records, when you notice that you change your phone number, basically the same name, you remember that?
That's because of the weed that I felt guilty.
So, okay, but you never told me that, so how did you change your phone number?
I called, Ron.
See, it was a T-Mobile or was it?
I think it was Ron.
Whatever it was.
Sherry, I think I was over to Sherry. Well, I'm saying Sherry got his phone.
Okay, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying, like, I don't remember. I thought, maybe T-Mobile was a big bottle of Riley, whatever it is. Okay, maybe, I don't know, whatever. I just thought my head was T-Mobile. So, you left practice and you changed your phone number?
Yeah.
Okay, and you did just by making a phone call? Yeah. You didn't have to go anywhere? And what other reason changing your number? Explain to me.
I don't know, at the time, I felt like I was going to get a lot of backlash for my second marijuana from a drug test.
From who?
From his family. I know I think the family, mother them, grandmother them.
All right. So you didn't want to hear from anybody, that's what you're saying? Okay. But you remember that? Okay, and you got another number. Do you remember what time you did that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I asked you a question a little while ago about, I'm sorry, back there a little bit. The day that the detectives interviewed Sherry, okay, were you there for that interview?
I was there, but they wouldn't let me be there. When I drove up, they was already standing out there. And I was with Sherry. Okay, me and Sherry drove up to the two detectives standing out there. So when we got out, she said, hi, he said, what can we talk to? He asked Sherry, what can we talk to? Is it all right with you? I was like, no, what's going on? I was like, y'all don't speak to her, y'all don't speak to her in front of me, because I want to hear what y'all asking, what y'all saying. He said, that's against procedures. We can't have you interviewing us. So she said, come on, son. I just go to a coffee shop. Thanks, nigga, to thanks. So they just went down there, and I guess he interviewed her, and then whatever.
You still have contact with Sherry?
My sister does.
You just does. What's this name?
Yala
Jones? Yala, where she lives in?
Next year.
All right. But you told me that I'm not counting right now, it was curiosity. So Sherry's baby's not your baby?
No.
You sure? Okay. No, we wondering. But you were tight with her. How long did it take?
I was in Ryan for 3 years, already young.
Would you consider her loyal to you?
Yeah.
Okay. think she spoke to ESPN. She did, but I'm surprised she even spoke to him.
Yeah.
Okay, and she spoke on your behalf. Okay. About Bruce Johnson. Did they say ESPN speak to Bruce?
I mean, they tried to, they wanted to hear me.
Oh, no, but I ain't one of those things. I don't know what we're interviewing, I'll be honest with you. Have you had any contact with Pat family and stuff? Okay. Give me 1 second, you want to check something on my notebook? On my pad there? You need it? You good? Okay. Give me 1 second, okay? If you need anything, you just knock on here, right?
Can you step out of the room for a moment here?
Yes.
I'm gonna go over a couple things with you. If you need anything else, remember, let me know, please. I have to go out myself. Rashaun, can you move my nose real quick? A couple things I want to ask you about. You said you're still in contact with Jada, right? You stopped her recently?
I reached out to you and said that.
And I'll call you back? And you put her on the last minute spoke to her.
It's transfer close.
Okay. You were Jessica Flowers?
Yeah.
Tell me about her.
We and brother.
Okay. Tell me what kind of relationship you had with her.
One of my girls.
Okay, so you were tangled back then?
Yeah.
Did you have any conversations with her at all? About the Bryan Pata case? You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Think of all the people that you remember back then, because you had to discuss it. Yeah, especially you got a bunch of knucklehead kids. You know, what you mean? The case, whatever the topic was, that was big news. That was big news not only in Miami, it was big news to nationally, because, you know, that's not only a young college person or a young person, that's somebody that goes to college, somebody that was going to the University of Miami, somebody that played football for you when someone that was supposed to be getting drafted in the upcoming draft. So that was big news, you know? So this big news nationally, it's even more big news locally in Miami, and it's got to be huge news at the University of Miami, because you guys are kids. So there has to be conversations. I mean, I talk to my coworkers about the silliest things around the coffee, you know, in the coffee room, around the water cooler. So tell me what was going on, what was conversations during that time that you remember?
The only conversation I can remember was, the chatter was, they really didn't know who done it because he always into stuff.
Okay, what kind of stuff was into?
I can't take it because I never saw him do nothing, but the car he drove was expensive, the rims he put on was expensive.
Okay.
His life outside of football was, I guess, expensive.
Okay. So you didn't get an expensive lifestyle, maybe that was easily. Are you trying to tell me like director or record when he was involved in something?
I can't say that I didn't know that he was involved in it, so I can't say that I was involved in it.
Right.
But that's not normal for what he was doing, the stuff that he obtained.
Okay.
He might sell a car one day, he might get another one, a new one the next day.
Yeah, he was in the car experiment, like electric, you know, selling and stuff like that. Okay. Do you remember an individual named Mike Sanders? No? Mike Sanders was a football, you were a baseball player. Do you remember Mike Sanders at all? Mike Sanders.
I do, yeah, I think I remember him a little bit.
Yeah, do you remember calling Mike Sanders and asking for money that night? No? So Mike Sanders would say, or tell us that you called him the night that Bryan was killed asking him for money. That would be a lie.
Yes.
Okay. So that's a lie. Why would Mike Sanders say that?
I don't know why he said it to my asking for some money.
Yes.
I wouldn't share that smoke that he was Bryan.
There's something that I'm a little more that I want to ask you directly to give you a chance to respond, give you a chance to give your side of the story. That's all this. Some things very serious, some things, you know what I'm saying? I'm still with my due diligence. You remember that you didn't show up for the athletic center?
Right.
That's not an issue. Do you speak to any of the coaches at UM at the time about Bryan's murder? After Bryan's murder, did you ever speak to any of the coaches about it?
Coach, I think Coach Bolton did not position coach.
Do you remember the conversation you had with him?
You know, I guess he just asked me, well, I think it was actually where I was, and I told him the situation.
Okay.
That ain't going on.
Oh, you asked him where you were that day?
Yeah, stayed there where I was telling you.
Was he upset that you didn't show up for the meeting? He didn't care?
I mean, he cared, but it wasn't like.
Well, let me ask you this, why would he ask you where you were that day? It was almost like he was trying to find out what you were doing that day.
Because I didn't come to practice.
Well, you were a practice person and you showed up for the meeting.
Correct.
Oh, but you're saying he didn't care that you didn't show up for the meeting?
I'm saying, yeah, he cared that I didn't show up for the meeting, but I wasn't getting punished for not showing up for the meeting. I didn't want to know why I wasn't in attendance.
Because the rules were that even when you're suspended, you're still responsible to attend all functions.
Yeah, but coach ain't called to tell me it was a team. It was a player. So I don't know if they were ready to get the player to tell me, or was like a direct contact with Sean. Contact. But you knew that. You knew that. Right. Okay.
Will it surprise you, and I think I mentioned this to you, that we spoke to Sherry Harrington a couple times, and she told us that the night that Bryan was killed, after he was killed, Sherry tried calling you several times so she couldn't get through you. Is that when you phone? You said you couldn't phone out? But you started phone out after Bryan was killed?
No. I was talking to Bruce. Okay. I was talking to Trish, and I talked to Sherry. That's all I got there.
Okay, so why did you say that she tried to get hold of you several times but she couldn't get hold of you?
I don't know. I guess just tried to tell me to come to Beach House.
Okay. They didn't know what you said?
No.
Okay.
And then I was on the phone when she was trying to call, and the call didn't come through.
Okay, well, it was so bad that she actually got a hold of Pastor Steve. And tried to get him to get a hold of you. Because she had learned over one of the players that you were the only person that hadn't responded to the head center. And she was worried that that wasn't bad and she only getting blamed for anything. Do you remember having a conversation with her about that?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's not true. And then you came over to her apartment on the beach and you stayed in the second apartment, the second room at her mom's condo, is that where you went? Was her mom there? No? How was her mom? Was it nice people?
Yeah, actually, just tell you that before the news earlier, the interview with mom.
ESPN?
No.
Oh, the Texas, I'm trying to do the first part. Okay.
Just to find out my character background, what kind of person I was.
And then she speak highly of you? Okay.
The people that I was messing with, they running down them.
You've been with a lot of people like
A
that?
lot of females. So they'll come and tell me, the detective showed me a picture. They got pictures of you. I said, what? Well, yeah, they got pictures of you. They try to tell me that. They try to get them to say something that I don't know that they want to hear. That wasn't true. I don't know what it was actually.
Do you remember some of these females that back to name? Anybody they spoke to back then?
Regina. We got Regina last night. Her jail friend is Regina. Tiffany. Like the girl named Tiffany.
Was it happened to her?
No, it was just stupid.
It's been several times. Okay. Did you much wrong with any other player programs back then? They had a reputation for being a player. I heard from several people that used to like messing around with girls, players, girlfriends and stuff. Is that true? So let me know. Are you aware that Sherry told Coach Swayze that she believed that you were in trouble? Sherry told Coach Swayze the night that she couldn't get a hold of you, that Bryan Pata was murdered, and she told Coach Swayze that we verified this, that she was looking for you, and she believed that you were in trouble. You know, did she ever tell you that? Okay.
That's the same thing.
Okay. Yeah, just trying to read notes here, and sometimes it makes sense, and that doesn't make sense. Do you remember a player that you were Kareem Brown?
Yeah.
Did you ever tell Kareem Brown anything about firearms or anything like that?
No. You got anyone that close to me talking about firearms.
Okay. So if you said that, you'd be lying?
Yes. Okay.
Roy Williams. He was there when you were on court?
What else? He wasn't
He
here.
was there on court with us. A fist fight between you and Bryan Pata. Is that accurate?
No, because I'm trying to tell you, the only time me and Bryan got into it, I had just got.
Okay, so there was that. Then the next one is when the attorneys get into it, and
So Bernard Brinson is
and the judge sends them out. So let's listen to this. If you haven't heard this, let's listen to this again.
So Bernard Brinson is the individual who said that he heard this confession, and that's a separate individual than the victims in the case.
Brinson, who said he wasn't cooperating, and if he was called to the stand, he would tank the case?
No,
Oh, okay.
different person.
Bernard Brinson is the jailhouse informant who told the police that the person
Right.
confessed to him.
Right, and who was given a polygraph that he passed,
Which is also inadmissible. So all of this, I know we're rehashing it.
Yeah, and Segovia followed up and investigated.
Well, when Detective Segovia said that, it's probably just, there are these jailhouse snitches who have something to gain and are
He
not
wasn't the only
credible
one, right?
and can't be relied upon at that point. The fact that a polygraph was given and he passed that polygraph should have been used to impeach.
Right, it's not impeachable, it's inadmissible evidence, and I excluded it, just like I excluded the jailhouse snitch who said that the defendant confessed to him that he had committed this crime. So, you can't use hearsay on one side and not the other, and the snitch from the jailhouse who's giving a statement made allegedly by the defendant would be admissible because it's by a party opponent. It's not in the inverse.
And there's a reason the state did not call that person, Judge, and the rules apply differently when it's the defendant's right, that's the defendant's
The
freedom.
rules of evidence do not apply differently.
The state could have called that witness. Just for this record, is very clear. The state could have called this witness. We had him being transported from federal prison in July. The trial date got moved in July, and we canceled that. We ultimately made a trial a strategic decision not to call him. There was voluminous discovery that we were disclosing to the defense, and there were other reasons we chose not to use him. But we could have called him. The defendant's confession to him had things that only someone who committed this crime would know. They're things that we could guess that were supported by the evidence that explained things that the evidence we had. It explained like exactly what had happened, and it was very credible on its face. There are other issues and reasons we chose not to use.
There's a lot of issues involved with that jailhouse snitch. Information that was fed to him by Detective Segovia.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Where? Based on what?
Indeed.
Okay, this is...
Wait, stop. Ms. Peabody, I'd like to hear what that information is because I haven't been made aware.
If you look at the statement itself, everything that he said in there, those things that he said was all information that the police had and was given to him. Everything that the police wanted him to say.
Where is that? Wait. Just a second, Ms. Peabody, I've noticed that you're a little upset about it, so I'd like to give you an opportunity since we're proffering for the record.
Okay, so since we're proffering for the record, John.
I haven't finished my sentence. I am addressing you, and I do want to hear from you. You're saying that the information that this witness brought to the police was information that the police fed to him first, and what are you basing that on? And just tell me what it is.
Because of the nature of the questions that were given by Detective Segovia to this witness in his statement, it's clear that that information, even in where he...
So, just a quick update for you, just because we're in the middle of this. So, the jury are back deliberating since 9:30 this morning, Eastern Time, and they just came out with a note to the jurors, to the court, saying, jurors in the murder trial of ex-Hurricanes player Rashaun Jones indicate they are deadlocked. Judge has sentenced 6 jurors back to try one more time for consensus. So currently they are deadlocked. There are 6 jurors, and they are deadlocked, and the judge has sent them back to try and get to a verdict. But yeah, they're currently at deadlock. So that's just a live update for you where we are with this. So
lived, where he was born.
Who was born? Where the defendant or
the jailhouse snitch said in a different place than he actually was born.
And that was honestly more credible to the state because the defendant had been living in
Just a second. So you're saying that the police officer the police officer fed the jailhouse snitch the wrong place where the defendant was born?
Yeah, that's what she just said.
Is that...
Your Honor, what I'm saying here now is this. The state keeps saying, and the court keeps saying, we could have brought in this witness. And you could have brought him in, bring him in. Nobody stopped you from bringing him in. But to say now that you didn't bring him in for strategic reasons, that's your decision. That's your decision.
Okay, hang on a second. I don't know. The state made a reference to this witness. I made a reference that we're talking about snitches and their reliability. Both sides did not bring in snitches because of a whole bunch of issues. Ms. Peabody indicated something that I think is very important to flesh out, and I would like to gather the information. If the allegation is being made that a detective has fed information to a jailhouse snitch, I would like to have it proffered on the record so it can be investigated. I think it deserves I haven't finished. I think it deserves attention. What I've heard thus far is that the police officer told the jailhouse snitch that the defendant was born someplace other than where the defendant was born.
No, that's not what I said, Your Honor.
Okay.
I said that the information that he had was different than the truth. I also said that it is clear in the questions that Detective Segovia gave him that this was information that came from the police reports and not information.
Please give me an example so that we can follow up on this.
Okay, if you give me an opportunity to get to the statement, I will.
Yes.
Can we respond?
I would add.
Sure.
There are two things I would add. One is, when we look at the George Jones confession, since the allegation is that the detective was feeding information, one of the things that the defendant tells George Jones, in particular, he gets suspended from the team. He couldn't face his mother, he couldn't face his family back in Ocala. He had gotten, I guess, the coach thing was Randy Shannon basically told him he was never going to play again at the University of Miami, and his life, as he said, was done. There are at least three jail calls. I know because I listened to that. One in specific was a
Ms. Peabody, please stop interrupting everyone. I'll give you an opportunity when it's appropriate.
One in specific is a jailhouse call in which he's talking to a male friend, where he talks about the fact that he had a conversation with Randy Shannon, and Randy Shannon told him that he was done on the team. There is another jail call that I have between the defendant and his wife, one in particular where he said...
Okay, just a second. Ms. Peabody said that's not true. At the end of this trial,
I'm going to send him right now.
I'd like to pull it out, because I'm hearing things that that's not true.
The jail calls have already been provided to defense.
I know.
Three in particular. The other two that I've referenced previously is one where the defendant is speaking directly to his wife, where he tells his wife, here's the phone number, 786, to attorney Michael Cohen, because he would like, George Jones would like a Rule 3 filed for him. Michael Cohen, who did represent George Jones. And there's another call from the wife yelling at her husband, back to the defendant, saying, why would you have given George Jones my information? Why would you have done this? Why would you have connected us together? Why would you have told him personal information about me? The fact that I live in Ocala. So let's just be abundantly clear that while the allegation is that the detective is allegedly slinging stuff, the defendant is the one who made the comments to George Jones, and there are jail calls that back up what he tells, in support of what he tells George Jones. In addition to the fact that he goes to Miami Beach that night, he throws the firearm over the causeway and into the ocean. That is in the George Jones statement.
Okay, why didn't you bring him? Why didn't you bring him?
I don't need to act. That's how they decided to prosecute. Hang on a second. Just a second. You seem to be very riled up about this defense. The allegations that are being made are being refuted by the state, saying they're in the jail calls, of which Ms. Peabody asked a lot of times for me to ask the state to tell her which calls were going to be referred to, because there were over 400 calls and she hadn't gone through them. So I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt that maybe she hasn't heard those calls and was making this allegation because she wasn't aware that they were in existence. Is that wrong, Ms. Peabody? Are you aware of those calls and still making this accusation, or maybe not?
I have not heard that call, Your Honor, but I will tell you this. What the prosecutor has just said does not equal to a confession. She's talking about innocent things there. The wife called to an attorney for somebody to get a bond, and for the wife to say, don't give my number. How does that equal a confession?
Well, I think what she was
So if you're saying that this is what George Jones brought to say that there was a confession, there's no confession.
No. That statement wasn't the confession part. That statement was to corroborate the information that would only... I haven't finished. That would only be known to this person, that the detective could not have known, and it is corroborated by the testimony I'm not finished. On the call from the defendant. So the defendant is making these statements with his wife on a phone call, and the person who's giving the information to Segovia is repeating it. So he could only have known it from the defendant.
Your Honor, the call is not the statement. The statement is completely different from the call.
Yes.
And that's what I am saying. The statement is what my concern was. And as far as the causeway is concerned, when I go across the causeway, not only is there an embankment, but there are trees. And there are video cameras. So if that were the case, then the state should have brought in a video tapes of it.
Hang on. In 2006, when you drove across the causeway...
They're the ones that brought the prosecution, Your Honor.
Right, but you're...
They're the ones that had it in 2006 or 2007.
Ms. Peabody, you're making statements that are so frivolous and out of the realm of reality, because in 2006 we know that there were not cameras there. And on the causeway, the entire causeway is not blocked.
It wasn't brought in evidence.
By
How do you know?
trees. It's pretty much common sense.
It's not really judging, because I've been here all my life.
All right,
I think we need to finish offering so that we can have the jury.
Well, just a second. I am going to decide who's going to finish proffering. I understand that's what you'd like to do. Let me make the decision. That's why I'm sitting here. Secondly, the reality is the state has talked about this statement, and I think the defense is getting a little agitated because the context of the statement has never been discussed in the courtroom. And I think it's only fair when the attack is made that the detective is feeding information, that the state be able to put this information on the record, just like I'm allowing the defense to proffer things on the record. And when accusations are being made about the detective, which can be backed up by phone calls that maybe the defense isn't aware of or isn't aware of, haven't had the opportunity to review or have decided not to review, they can put this information on the record. It is fair for both sides. I am letting you all speak much more than any other place would, or any other court, because I realize that emotions are very high. It makes no difference to me what the confession part that's alleged to have been made, which everybody is more privy to than I am, because I've never heard it or read it. I understand that it wasn't admitted into evidence, so I frankly don't really care. The part that I care about is if there is an accusation that a police officer was doing something that was inappropriate, like feeding information, which I have still yet to hear what that information might have been. That is something that I'm interested in because that's a whole other topic.
It was twofold why the state was responding.
Other
May
things that Detective Segovia has done that was improper, like outside the courtroom and threatening a witness.
Ms. Peabody?
Don't say things you weren't present for and don't have any evidence of.
All right. I'm gonna call the agent. Miss Peabody, maybe we should take a 5-minute break so that she can take a breath. Everyone out. Yes, everyone out, including you. Out. Unbelievable.
All right.
Thank you for
As muted, fuck. Sorry, people. Sarah P asked me to do some stuff for her, otherwise I wouldn't be allowed to carry on streaming. Just as I was there, this is the closing arguments, all of it. It's about 3 hours, so I'm going to fasten it up a little bit. If that's okay, Sarah P, is it okay that I play at 1.25? I got to ask permission first. I'm not allowed to do anything without her permission. So David, news for you. NFL trade. Texans acquire running back David Montgomery, and the Lions acquire a 5th round pick. So David Montgomery's gone to the Texans, and the Lions get a 5th round pick. Okay, interesting. Right, here we go then. Let's get back.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Sarah P.
Thank you for your attention over the last 2 weeks. I want to take you back to the fall of 2006. Bryan Pata was a senior at the University of Miami. He had everything going for him. He was about to enter the NFL draft. The season was coming to a close. He'd switched positions. His draft stock was rising. One of the top agents had just called him. Everything was going Bryan Pata's way. He was about to make it to the NFL. His dream to buy his mom a house. Everything was just within reach. You heard that Bryan Pata was a car enthusiast, a gun enthusiast. He had a girlfriend, Jada. You heard from their roommate, Dwayne Hendricks. They had a little dog together. Now, on November 7th of 2006, that dream ended because of the jealousy of this man over here, the defendant, Rashaun Jones. So on the flip side of Bryan Pata, who had everything going for him at the time, we have Rashaun Jones, a star football player from Lake City, Florida. He comes to the University of Miami, where he's no longer the star. The competition level's higher, everyone's good.
Thank you, lovely, for the 2 coffees. Goodbye to February, you are correct. I was like, what the hell is that? I need to make that bigger, don't I? Just so, because we could see a bit better then. I was like, what's that noise? It was lovely giving me 2 coffees. Thank you, lovely. I appreciate you, my darling. Thank you very much. It is a good trade, Dave.
Here we are now in his junior year. It's now the fall of 2006. But in order to understand why Rashaun Jones would want to kill Bryan Pata, we have to go back to 2004 when the defendant started at the University of Miami. The defendant came in, like all the football players do, in the summer. Their practices, they all start, they get to know each other, and they live in the same dorms in the summer. So the first interaction they had that was not on the football field, that was not related to practice, you heard Eric Moncour and Dave Howell tell you about what happened. So one night, Eric and Bryan come back to Eric's dorm room, and they go to open the door. The door is locked. The door, these are suites connected by a bathroom. Both Eric's door and his roommate's door are locked. They leave them unlocked. And he's like, okay, no one opens the door. They go upstairs to their friend Dave Howell's room. Dave comes back down with them, and as they get to the hallway door, they can see through as they're going. They see the defendant coming out of Eric's room. They call out to him. They walk down the hall. He comes back, and now, you saw the size of these guys. There are now Eric, Dave, Bryan, who's bigger than Eric and Dave, who you saw walk past you, and the...
So apparently, Dave, it's not a 5th round pick. It's the Texans get David Montgomery and the Lions get offensive lineman Juice Scruggs, who was a 4th rounder, and they get a 7th rounder for David Montgomery. And then also the Texans trade Titus Howard for a 5th round pick. Hang on. So the trade for David Montgomery, the Texans get David Montgomery and they give up a 4th, a 7th, and Juice Scruggs. Okay. A 4th and a 7th. Okay. But where's he going, Dave? He hasn't selected anywhere yet, has he? And then also Texans trade Titus Howard to somebody, I'm not sure who, for a 5th round pick. Sorry, people.
Defendant inside this single dorm room. There's not a lot of room. So Eric, Dave, Bryan, mainly Bryan, asking questions. Why are you here? What were you doing? Why were you in his room? Bryan is more protective of Eric's room than Eric. And this turns into a fight, a fist fight. When that fist fight ends, so Bryan hits Rashaun. This is Bryan, not Rashaun. Bryan hits Rashaun. Rashaun leaves. And what does Rashaun do? Rashaun brings a gun into this. Says,
Objection,
you better,
statement of the testimony.
you better clip up. What does clip up mean? You better go get your gun. This is not something that the players said to each other. This is not something people who are friendly say to each other. This is a threat to Bryan that you better go get your gun. Dave takes Bryan out of the dorms that night, and practice goes on. They all move on, or so everyone else does. So now we go to later that fall, and Dave is in the dorms. And what does Dave see the defendant with? Dave Howe sees the defendant with a small caliber, black, snub-nosed revolver. Why does he remember this? He's never seen a gun before in his life. It's imprinted in his mind. He's now seen a gun. This is the first gun he's ever seen in person. This is why Dave remembers this. And these are things that don't become important until much later. So, in the fall of 2006, Rashaun can't get out of his own way. He's not a starter on the football team. He's not dating Jada Brody. He's tested positive for marijuana for the 2nd time, which is a big deal when you are on a scholarship and subject to NCAA and University of Miami rules. So 2nd time, now you can't play for 2 games. If you test positive a 3rd time, you're done. So Rashaun now is always in trouble for stupid little things. You heard from his teammates. Showing up late to study hall, showing up late to class, not keeping his grades up, testing positive for marijuana. It's always something with Rashaun. So on November 7th of 2006, the drug test results have come in, and Rashaun is brought into a meeting where you heard from Tony Hernandez. He's brought into a meeting and told, you just failed your 2nd drug test, here's the letter, it's all official. You are suspended for the next 2 football games. You can't practice with the team and you're not playing. You heard from them that they still have access to the sports trainers, the weight room, so they can keep working out, but they are not on the football field with the rest of their teammates. Now Rashaun is down, it's 3 strikes and you're out. This is his 2nd strike. This is not a good day for the defendant. So he goes home to lick his wounds, think about what he's gonna do, and he goes back to his apartment. Now, when he goes back to his apartment, he changes his phone number. You've heard the testimony. He calls Verizon, or Sherry calls Verizon. Someone gets him this new phone number. You heard the defendant's own statement. Why did he get this phone number? He said because he didn't want to disappoint his mom, his grandmother, his family. He didn't want people calling him. His phone records are in evidence. Look at who he's calling. He gets this phone, and Sherry's number is highlighted in pink. Sergeant Cremasini marked who was making the phone call next to it. So, the defendant calls Sherry and dials *67 to block his number. That is at 4:11. Then, Sherry calls him back. Right after that, or an hour later at 5:07. So what we have is someone who doesn't want people to have his number, said this by his own words. First he's calling his girlfriend. First he's calling his girlfriend from a blocked number. That's not something you do. It's not on his phone records from the days before. And what do we know? He's given his phone number to his friend Bruce. Bruce is highlighted in blue here. So this first call is at 17:50 with Bruce, so 5:50. Then he talks to Sherry again at Pottery Barn at 5:57. Then we have Bruce. I want to look at these blue right here. He talks to Bruce a lot that day. Bruce is one of his best friends. He talks to Bruce at 6:34, and again at 6:41. And you can look at the columns. You can see how long they talked. 6:34. What's happening at this time? You heard from all these football players. Practice ends. They go to showers. They change. They all head home. Bruce has called him, and what does the defendant know? He knows that practice is over, and whether Bruce specifically told him, he knows that Bryan Pata is on his way home from practice. He knows exactly what time he would be heading that way. So now, there are no phone calls between 6:41 and 7:39. The only people who could have the defendant's phone number at this time, he's changed his number, are the people that he's told. So, is he not getting a lot of calls during this time period? Yes. It's less than an hour. Now, you're going to go confront someone. You're going to go murder someone. I want to submit this question to you. Do you take your cell phone with you? If you do you turn your cell phone off? I'm showing you States 30. Detective Segovia showed you on a map where the defendant lives at Bermuda Village, and he shows you, where Bryan Pata lived at the Colony Apartments, where Bryan Pata was murdered. And the distance between these two locations on foot is about 1.2 miles, just over a mile. Rashaun Jones is a college football player. He is in shape. You heard from all the players, all these practices twice a day that they had to go through. I submit to you, in that period of time, Rashaun Jones can easily run from his apartment to the defendant's, where he can be waiting in the shadows for Bryan Pata to come back from practice. We heard from the teammates. That day at practice, Rashaun's off sulking at home. The rest of the team on the football field practicing. The defense was beating up on the offense. You heard from Eric. Kareem had a hit. Bryan had a hit. He had a hit. They're in a great mood. It's their coach's birthday. It's Coach Hurt's birthday. They dumped the water cooler on him. It's a Tuesday practice, full pads. They're tired, upbeat, happy. This is how practice ends. They go to the locker room. Eric told you he's still sitting there just like exhausted. Everyone else is getting out of the showers. And that's the last time he talks to his friend Bryan. You heard from Bryan's roommate, Dwayne. Practice has ended. They're about to go their separate ways. Bryan says, I'll see you at the crib. He'll see him back at the house. He hears two freshmen call out and ask Bryan for a ride back to the dorms, which is on the way. And what do we know happens next? Bryan drives the freshman players back to the dorms. Dwayne drives home and stops for gas on the way. And Bryan speaks to his brother, calls his brother Fednall on the way home. Normal conversation. Talk about cars. Bryan is he's a car guy. He liked to buy old cars, fix them up, put fun colors, candy color paint on these cars, and then sell them. So he customizes the cars, makes them look pretty, sells them, makes a little money on the side. So he's talking to his brother Fed about their mutual love of cars, what color he should paint his car, what are they gonna do. And Fed, his brother Fednall, knows he gets home. Fednall told you that Bryan, as a car guy, installed aftermarket car accessories, aftermarket alarms, that Fednall thought that the delay on his car for the lights was set at a minute, so it's not a factory setting. It's an alarm, a specialty car alarm. Something that Dave also told you. Dave has now gone to another school, has transferred, but he knew how much his friend loved cars and that he used to install fun alarms on his car, like something he called a kill switch. If someone took the car and the car would just shut off. Why this becomes important later when Paul Connor sees the lights on his car. So Bryan heads home, gets off the phone with his brother, gets out of the car. What happens next? We know that this is Bryan Pata's black Infiniti. He pulled into his parking place, he parks his car, he gets out of the car. He locks his car. The delayed lights don't start until he hits the button and locks his car. So Bryan walks around from the side of his car, down the path between his apartment building and the bushes, up towards his apartment. As he's walking, we know he got shot. How do we know he got shot there? Dr. Liu told you as soon as he was shot, he would have been incapacitated. He would have fallen to the ground. He couldn't do anything at that time. So this is where Bryan Pata landed. And if you look, you can see, I know it's hard to look at these photos, so I'm showing you what's been entered as State's Exhibit 14. I'm sorry, the last was State's Exhibit 30. You can see where his body was rolled over when he got medical treatment. You can see how he fell with his head on the pavement. And you can see his cell phone, his sidekick, and they called it the Turk, both his phones, as the other players told you, just out of his hands. And his keys right next to his hand. He was heading to his apartment when he was surprised by the defendant. His sidekick. His two phones. What happens next? So the defendant, who knew when practice was over, who got a phone call, so this isn't just a guess, got a phone call from his teammate, his good friend on the team, tells him that practice is over. He's now had time to go to Bryan Pata's apartment, where, as you see, Bryan's car with the Pata license plate is the car on the end. There's a dumpster there. The lights for the apartment stop over on the side by the wall, the entryway. And I submit to you, the defendant was there, laying in wait to confront Bryan Pata when he got out of his car. Bryan, suspecting nothing, is walking up towards his apartment when he's shot in the head. What does the defendant do at that time? I'm showing you State's Exhibit 2 and 1. The defendant, you can see just inside this apartment how close Bryan's car was to the entry. The defendant turns and briskly leaves the apartment building. Unfortunately for him, as he exits, see there's a couple streetlights right here? And you heard the testimony of Paul Connor. He passes right by Paul Connor, who was walking home from the Metro that day. Passes right by under the lights.
The statement of the testimony.
Where he crosses paths with Paul Connor, gives a slight smile. Paul Connor is about to go enter the apartment complex, turns his head, and sees the defendant start to take off. Not towards the car, starts to take off the path in the direction of his apartment. Paul Connor continues to walk into the apartment complex parking lot where Bryan Pata's car with a 48-second light delay, the lights are still on. This is why that timing is so important. Paul Connor, just before he sees the defendant, hears a pop like a cherry bomb. And then he sees the defendant. He sees him up close on the sidewalk, just outside the apartment. So there's a pop, sees the defendant, walks inside, lights are on. There's no one else around. Paul Connor doesn't even notice that Bryan Pata is lying in the bush. But it makes sense. One person walks past you on the sidewalk. One person is face down on the sidewalk, hidden by a bush. Two things can be true. He can see the defendant and not see Bryan. Paul Connor is the first person there, the only person there. And Paul Connor doesn't know what he's seen, doesn't know the significance, and continues to walk to his apartment. He goes to his apartment, goes to bed for the night, in the morning sees some police tape, some media, gets to work, turns on the news, and finds out that Bryan Pata has been murdered. Paul Connor puts 2 and 2 together and contacts the Miami-Dade Police Department, where he gives a full interview the day after the homicide of what he's seen. So all these area canvases, no one else comes forward, but Paul Connor comes forward immediately before they can even knock on his door and tells the police what he's seen because it's important. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 6. Now, you also heard Paul Connor testify that he was shown a lineup. And he got a good look at the defendant, and he picked him out of this lineup. He doesn't hesitate, he sees him, and he identifies the person that he saw that evening. Now, defense stood up here in opening and told you just 90%. That's true. This is a professor who did not believe in certainties. And I submit to you, that's why he wrote 90%. These photos come from law enforcement databases. The police have to use the photos they have. They can't just go take a current photo of Rashaun with the exact facial hair and haircut that Paul Connor says he has. So he also says it's 90% because the facial hair is a little different than what he saw that day. Not the facial features, not the person, that the beard was a little different. Now, Bryan's roommate, Dwayne, who he referred to as Cat, was on his way home from practice too. He's a little behind Bryan. He stopped for gas, but he's not much behind Bryan. When he gets there, he calls 911. At the time, these were recorded on cassette tapes still by the Miami-Dade Police Department, the 911 dispatch operators. Bryan's girlfriend comes down the stairs. Dwayne is so distraught he can't even remember. He just knows that she must have been there, heard the call. His own voice, he doesn't remember making it. But it's his voice, his call. He pulls up. You can see in the crime scene photos that he doesn't even pull into his parking spot. I submit to you that because Jada was downstairs screaming, and he gets out of his car, and they both find Bryan laying behind the bush. Everything can happen in a split second. So while they are there, while Dwayne is there, while Jada is there, they're calling the police. Police are starting to respond. Word is getting out to the University of Miami football players. Dwayne has called Bryan's family. The word is spreading. Word spreads fast. These are teammates. You heard Juan Navarro testify that he was in a coaches meeting. So everything is just happening, one thing right after another. Practice ends, coaches meeting. Coaches are still in that meeting. In that meeting, they're notified that Bryan Pata has been shot. And they start heading to the crime scene. So everything starts to get in motion for what is happening that night and how they're handling the situation. So 6:41 to 7:39. 7:40 p.m. Bruce Johnson calls the defendant to tell him he needs to come back to the Heck Center. Bruce, I want to remind you, Bruce is one of the defendant's best friends. They're calling their position groups, and this is how they notify everyone to come back. He told him he needed to come back. Okay, all right. Not, I'm not coming. I was kicked off the team. I don't want to be there. Nothing else like that. But they talk again 2 minutes later. They talk again 6 minutes after the first call. Again, 9 minutes after the first call. They're talking a lot. And right after Bruce has now told the defendant, and you heard it from Bruce's mouth, Bryan Pata has been either shot or murdered. I'm not sure what they knew right at that second. You need to get back here. Who does Rashaun call? He calls Sherry with *67, a blocked number. He calls her at 7:43. This is about 43 minutes after Bryan has been found by Dwayne and Jada. And you can listen to the 911 call and get that exact time of when they called the police. 43 minutes later, he talks to Sherry. Remember that, because I want you to think back to Sherry's testimony. Sherry is sitting up here saying she's frantic because she can't reach Rashaun. Where is he? Is he hurt? This is only minutes after the word is getting out to the football team, the word is getting out to the community that Bryan Pata's been murdered. Minutes later, minutes after a teammate gets a call. You think that the teammates are already calling Sherry? Use your common sense. It's not like they were called the second that Dwayne called the police. And he called from he blocked the phone number. Why would you call your girlfriend from a blocked number? Now, cell sites were not like very prevalent back then. People didn't know exactly phone records. We weren't getting phone records for everything. You get call logs. If you looked at someone's cell phone, you wouldn't know who called them. If that's what you're thinking, not thinking phone companies keep records. Or maybe you do know that the phone companies keep records. You pull up your bill online to see who you called. But you think, oh, if I block the call, no one's going to know. No one's going to know who I called. So that call between Sherry and the defendant is from a blocked number. And they don't talk again until 8:26. And then look at all of this later in the night. Two people who aren't talking, who are frantic, are talking contempt. The records speak for themselves. And in between, he's talking to Bruce again. But I think most importantly, Bruce knew that Rashaun had been suspended. This is one of his best friends, of course. I'm not going to be at practice. I've been suspended again. I messed up. And then he's calling him after practice. Called him about Bryan. Now he's calling him at 9:13 during the team meeting. Rashaun's the only one not there. Bruce tells you. It is undisputed. Everyone at that meeting tells you that the defendant was the only player not there. Some of them just noticed he wasn't there. Some of them defendant can't say anyone else wasn't there. And Chief Hudak took the stand and told you that Rashaun, attendance had been taken, and Rashaun was the only one not there. The coaches noticed. So initially, you're noticing because from a coach perspective, we want to make sure all the players are accounted for. We want to make sure that they have counseling. We want to make sure they're safe. So the coaches do notice. This isn't just some random detail. And then the players notice. You sit with your position group. He wasn't there. So the coincidences start to build up. And that is something the police recognized from the beginning. So you heard from the officers in the case. As a homicide, the 911 call goes out, officers are dispatched to the scene. You heard from now Sergeant Perua, who was a new officer at the time. This was his first homicide. There are not a lot in Kendall, so they bring in all the training units. There were a lot of officers there. Not because of who was murdered, but just because as a training mechanism, they all respond. So he responds to the scene, he remembers the scene. And they treat this as they do every scene. You secure the scene, you secure the evidence, you separate the witnesses. Homicide responds. Homicide does area canvasses. They want to see if there's anyone who knows anything. They want to see if there's any video. They want to spread out. They want to look for casings. And they did. And there were no casings found at this scene. And what else does homicide want to do? They want to interview everyone while their memories are fresh. So Sergeant Hatz has told you he was new at homicide at the time. And he responded to the scene, and then he was told to respond to the HEC Center, the University of Miami Athletic Center, where the football players as well as other athletes train. So he goes there, Lieutenant Hellman told you he goes there, and their purpose is to interview players, start interviewing people that night, anyone with knowledge. Now, can they interview all 100, 105 players on the team that night? No, they would have been there for days, especially just a couple of them. But Coach Kolker, in the meeting, anyone with anything thinks they may know anything, let's start with those players who might know something and bring them to this attention. So they start interviewing players, they coordinate to be able to go through the whole football team over the coming days and weeks. Now, while they're there, what happens? Once again, let's look at the phone records. Mike Sanders has a good friend on the football team, Rashaun Jones. He was with him that night. They were on their way to dinner when his roommate, or friend, Khalil gets a phone call saying that Bryan was shot and they all need to go back to the HEC Center. So they go back to the HEC Center, Khalil goes to the meeting. Mike Sanders told you he was on the baseball team. He's an athlete, he's not a football player. So while he goes back to Khalil's apartment on the other side of campus, and he's watching news footage of what's happening. 22:04, 10:04, the defendant calls Mike Sanders. The other football players are at the HEC Center in a meeting. and the defendant chooses to call Mike Sanders asking him for money. Think about that timing. Mike doesn't remember him ever asking for money before. Also, Mike's sitting there, thinks this is strange, and what does he do? He thinks this is so strange that he immediately takes himself and goes to the HEC Center. There's a second call at 10:25. Mike doesn't remember making that call, but that's now Mike calling the defendant back. I submit to you that he's now at the HEC Center. He goes, he speaks to Coach Kolker. Coach Kolker says, oh, let's speak to the police. And then he speaks to Lieutenant Hellman. And he tells Lieutenant Hellman that he just...
That's not evidence.
Oh.
He speaks to Hellman, not half this, right? Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry. Yeah, he speaks to Lieutenant Hellman. And Lieutenant Hellman sat here and told you that he spoke to Mike Sanders. So Mike Sanders immediately speaks to the coaches, speaks to the police, tells them that Rashaun, the defendant, has called him and asked for money. Money at a time shortly after Bryan Pata's death, while the rest of the players are all in a team meeting. Someone he has not asked for money before. And the records confirm this. And I'll come back to the defendant's statement, but think about what the defendant said to Detective Segovia. Mike Sanders, I barely remember Mike Sanders. It would be a lie if Mike Sanders said I called him asking for money. Mike Sanders went immediately after that phone call and reported it. Now, let's talk about Sherry Abramson, the defendant's girlfriend, who cared about him so much, she bought a car in his name, got a cell phone that afternoon, registered to her house. And someone in 2007, the defendant didn't want to talk to the police without him being present. Now, think about this. Sherry was not a player. She was not friends with Bryan. Her connection to this investigation is the defendant. Sherry sat here and told you what she remembered from that night. The problem is, her phone records and Rashaun's phone records show she lied. They don't add up to what she told the police back in 2007, and they don't add up to what she told you here today. What did Sherry tell you? I just remind you what Sherry told you. Sherry told you that she was working at Pottery Barn. Okay, that part's consistent. There's a call from Pottery Barn. But as she's leaving work, she gets a call from one of the defendant's friends on the football team, Willie Cooper. Willie Cooper called her and said they were frantically looking for Rashaun and they couldn't reach them.
Objection, that's not an evidence.
So let's look at that timing. And Sherry's records are in evidence too. She spoke to Rashaun at 7:43, right after Bruce made the phone call to come to the HEC Center. Right after Bruce told the defendant that Bryan Pata had been shot. How are all these people not able to reach him and are frantically calling in that short couple minute period of time? So she told you, she sits up here, she told you, she told the police, she's frantically calling coaches. And she does call a coach, she calls Coach Swayze.
Objection, that's not an evidence. This conversation is evidence.
And she tells you that she calls Bruce's family, that she is just worried sick, but she's already spoken to him. She knew exactly where he was. She knew he was safe. So why is she so worried? Or why is she telling you that she's making all these phone calls and she doesn't know where he is? She also tells you she left Pottery Barn and she went back to Miami Beach where she lives. She got home sometime after 8:30, 8:39. That's consistent with her records you heard from Sergeant Cremasini. About the records on the beach. Now, what about Rashaun's records? She says that he came there shortly after too. And in his own statement, he says he went over to Sherry's right after, probably 8:39. He doesn't go to Miami Beach then. Also, if he's with Sherry, why are you calling someone so many times that you're with? I want you to think about that too. So these calls go into, he ends up He's calling her 10:26, 10:34, 10:34, 10:34, 11:06, 11:15, 11:19, 11:41, 1:12, 1:14. When you're with someone, you're not calling them nonstop. Use your common sense. It doesn't add up. The statements, the evidence in front of you that doesn't add up comes from Sherry Abramson and the defendant's own mouth. What else did she tell tell the investigators? She told Detective Diaz that she was worried that the defendant was going to be blamed for this. Why is that her first thought? The defendant is going to be blamed for Bryan's murder. They were teammates. They weren't close, but so if they weren't close, and this isn't someone they really have issues with, why would you be blamed? Why would you be the one? This projectile came from Bryan Pata. Dr. Liu recovered this projectile, which George Hertel showed you, from Bryan Pata's head. George Hertel took the stand, and he told you how he had no weapon to match this to. If he did, he would be able to make a comparison. But what he was able to tell you about the possible weapons that fired this .38 caliber projectile, he told you in his opinion, his expert opinion, that it was from a revolver. Likely, in his opinion, a .38. And there are a number of different firearms it could be, and a lot of them look the same. And why is it a .38 revolver? This is a lead projectile. It didn't have a jacket, it didn't have something on top. If this was fired from a semi-automatic firearm, it would leave residue over time. It would damage the gun. So this is the type of ammunition you buy for a revolver. The lands and grooves, and I think it's canulas, that are left on the projectile, the markings that are here, are consistent with that of a revolver. And he even showed you what one of the weapons would look like that matched these characteristics. Now think back to what Dave told you he saw in the defendant's own hands. That description, a short chamber, snub nose is what he called it, a black snub-nosed revolver. And he knew it was a revolver because he grew up watching Westerns with his brothers. He sees that gun in the dorms, and then later, years later, the defendant says, "Hey, big bro, I got a .38 on me." He's bragging about having a .38, which is consistent with what Dave Howell saw. And Kareem Brown was even confronted with, how did you know what he was talking about? He wears number 38. 38, and he has a .38. He knew because around the locker room, the defendant would brag about having a .38. So there was no mistake that he was talking about his firearm. Now let's go back to the defendant's statement. And you'll have a chance to take that evidence back and watch it. So the defendant told Detective Segovia that he had an up and down relationship with Bryan Pata, that it started with jealousy over females. So the main female there was Jada Brody, someone that the defendant had first dated and now was Bryan Pata's serious girlfriend. He told them that they had an altercation in the dorm, the altercation that you heard about from Dave Howell and Eric Munkor. So altercation consistent. They had issues. They had issues over Jada. You heard from all the players on the team. What were the issues between them? They didn't like each other. Yes, they could play as teammates, but the underlying simmering issue was over girls, over a girl. The girl that Bryan had. Now, the defendant says he didn't own a gun. But this is something that's dating back to 2004, where he is threatening Bryan Pata to go clip up with a gun. He is then later showing Dave Howell a gun. And later after that, he's bragging about this .38 to Kareem. I submit to you, he had a gun. He had a gun in college, and the gun he had is the same one he used to kill Bryan Pata. He remembers November 7th. That makes sense. You'd remember one of the worst days of your life. You test positive, your future's unsure. You think that you're gonna make this football career work, but you keep messing up. You don't have the girl, you're gonna get kicked off the team, you can't play in games, you're already not starting. Things are not going your way. And then it all just boils over. And he made a mistake. But that mistake was fatal to Bryan Pata. The defendant tells you in his statement, tells Detective Segovia, that Bruce called after practice to say that Bryan was dead. That phone call that we have here at 6:34. Or sorry, I'm pointing the wrong one. Sorry, 7:40. 6:34 was when practice got over. He told him he had a mandatory meeting. So Rashaun tells you he knew he had this mandatory meeting, and then he spoke to Sherry. Guess what? It's consistent with his records, but it's not consistent with Sherry. And then he went to Sherry's house at 8:30 or 9. He didn't speak to anyone else other than Bruce or Sherry. The green. Do you remember the green that Sergeant Cremacini just highlighted? That's his home. The people he didn't want to disappoint. The people he told Detective Segovia he didn't want to have his number. And he told you that he barely remembers Mike Sanders. And that it would be a lie if he called him to ask him for money. Sherry had money. Sherry was already paying for things. But he called Mike Sanders. Detective Segovia also gave him an out. He asked him if he was in the area. Maybe he went for a run to clear his head. He wasn't at practice, and he just wanted to clear his head from the bad day he had. He told him no, he hadn't done that. He couldn't provide any reason why Paul Connor would have seen him right outside of where Bryan's body was. The judge is going to read you some instructions at the end of closing. So one of these instructions is on eyewitness identification. So one of the things you consider is the capacity and opportunity of the witness to observe the offender based on the length of time, the conditions, lighting, and distance. These are two people who crossed each other on a sidewalk with streetlights. Whether the identification was the product of the eyewitness's own recollection or was the result of influence or suggestiveness. This is the second lineup Paul Connor was shown. The first lineup, he takes his time, looks at it and says, no, I don't recognize anyone. Second lineup, he gets to the defendant's picture and stops. He continues to look at the rest and then tells Detective Segovia and Detective Dominguez that that's the person he saw. Now, you're also taking into account the circumstances under which the defendant was presented to the eyewitness. Detective Segovia testified to that. Paul Connor was in his house and they presented him with the lineup. There are no inconsistent identifications. Any instance in which the eyewitness did not make an identification when given the opportunity to do so, that's referring to if he'd been shown multiple lineups with Rashaun's picture, with the defendant's picture. He was not. This is the only time. And the first time he immediately IDs him and he still remembers that years later. The witness's familiarity with the subject. You heard from Detective Segovia. He went and pulled Paul Connor's class schedule at the University of Miami. We looked at Rashaun's transcript to see exactly which professors he took. He did not take his class. This is not someone whose class he took. Rashaun Jones is not a starting football player. There are 100 players on the University of Miami football team. We have their names, their stats, their photos. There's no evidence that he knew who Rashaun was. He wasn't a starter. This isn't someone who was born and raised in Miami, where the University of Miami was their favorite football team. They have every single number memorized. This is someone from out of state who worked there for a couple years, didn't go to football games, sees them on TV, wearing, football players dressed in their helmets. This isn't the quarterback where the TV zooms in on them, mainly on the sidelines. Not a star player. This is not Bryan Pata. It's not Kareem Brown. Dwayne Hendricks. Not someone going to the pros. This is not someone he knew. This is someone he recognized from crossing paths that night and stuck out in his memory because that very next day, he realizes the importance of what he saw. So you can go through, and there are a couple others on here as well, whether the lapse of time, whether there are different races, and the totality of the circumstances. You'll also be given the instruction for second-degree murder. So as we went over in jury selection, the state has elements that the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. One, Bryan Pata is dead. Dr. Liu testified and told you how he died. A single gunshot wound to the head incapacitated him and he immediately fell there on the ground. The death was caused by the criminal act of Rashaun Jones. That criminal act is the act of pulling the trigger, of shooting him. 3, the third element, there was an unlawful killing of Bryan Pata by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. So what is a depraved mind? And what is an act that is imminently dangerous? So an act that is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind is an act or a series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill. So I submit to you, pulling the trigger and shooting someone in the head is an act that's reasonably certain to kill them or do serious bodily injury, and is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. So that ill will, hatred, spite, and evil intent had been boiling. It had been simmering under the surface for 2 years, over 2 years. And that act is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. Shooting someone is an indifference to human life. But that ill will, hatred, spite, evil intent, that's what has been simmering under the surface. Bryan has everything that the defendant wants, and he chooses to let jealousy overtake him and kill Bryan Pata. We talked a little bit about puzzles. And how the state is going to prove everything together beyond a reasonable doubt. So you're also going to be read an instruction on reasonable doubt. Now, the judge will read this to you. It is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Does not mean proof beyond all doubt. How do you have all doubt? If you see something with your own eyes. So, not proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt, though, is not a mere possible doubt. A speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Could've, maybe was something different. That's not reasonable. That's not a reasonable doubt. So, such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. Everything in this case adds up and points to the defendant. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having one, it's one which wavers and vacillates, it's not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you find the defendant not guilty because it's reasonable. So, a reasonable doubt is not any doubt. We don't have all doubt. So let's go back through those pieces of the puzzle that show the defendant's guilty. Starting in 2004, he threatens Bryan Pata and tells him to clip up. The issues, Bryan starts dating Jada. They were celebrating their 1-year anniversary the night before Bryan was killed. Now you heard that once Bryan is dating Jada, that she's the constant source of tension between them. This hadn't gone away.
This is characterization of the testimony, facts, not an effort.
The issues they have with each other. They don't talk to each other. Anything that gets between them, the locker room knows. Their friends know. It's over Jada. All the players mentioned this. Everyone who testified, they knew this. And Dave told you he actually saw that. So Dave sees the fight in the dorm room, and then Dave sees another instance where Jada comes to tell Bryan something Rashaun's done, and they go at it and get into a fight. So that's later. This is ongoing. This is leading all the way up. And you heard that even in November, there were still, October, just before, this happens November 7th, that there are still issues between Rashaun and Bryan over Jada. So these haven't stopped. This isn't something far in the past. It's ongoing the whole time. The defendant had a gun. He had a .38 caliber gun, the same caliber that was used to kill Bryan. And a revolver doesn't leave casings, and there were no casings found at the scene. The defendant is the only one who wasn't at that meeting. And while he's at the meeting, he's calling Mike Sanders and asking for money. It's odd. He hadn't asked before. Defense stood up here in openings
Characterization of the testimony.
and told you that he's college broke. College broke, a girlfriend who pays for his cell phone, car, but he's on a full scholarship, athletic scholarship to University of Miami, room, board, tuition, girlfriend paying for extra stuff, and he's calling this other guy asking for money during the mandatory team meeting that he's the only one who's not there. And then you have his phone records. Take your time. Go through them. See why they don't add up. Why is he calling? Ask yourself, why is he calling his girlfriend from a blocked number? Why is his girlfriend calling him back and blocking her?
I mean, are you serious? So all that now means that he's guilty. What the fuck are you on about?
Her number. Why are there calls with Sherry when Sherry is frantically looking for him? Why is he not at her apartment when he says he's at her apartment and she says he's at his apartment? Why are they not concerned over his teammate who's been shot, but rather, oh, my future at the University of Miami? Yeah, you may start the day where that's the worst thing that happened to you, but now someone's dead. It's not a concern to them.
I mean, would it be though? Why should it be more of a concern about that? He doesn't like the guy. You just said yourself, he doesn't like the guy. So why would he be concerned about it? Yeah, sad, but he's just lost his scholarship, everything. So it's not out the realm of possibility that he would be pissed off about that. Fuck, this woman's pissing me off.
And then, the last piece of the puzzle that he can't explain, Paul Connor sees him leaving the scene of the crime seconds. And we know it's seconds because we know that we had 48 seconds from the time that car was locked for this to happen, and Paul Connor sees him crossing paths after he's murdered Bryan and walks in and the lights are still on. So we know how close in time the defendant is to there, and he cannot explain why he's there. Detective Segovia asked him multiple times. Any reason? No? Okay. The defense wants you to believe that the defendant is the unluckiest person alive. That all the evidence in the case, the detectives interviewed over 150 witnesses. They speak to the entire football team. They speak to girlfriends. They speak to friends in the dorm. They speak to family members. They follow up on leads. They fly across the country. They are interviewing former teammates. They're following up on other leads. They're getting tips from psychics. They are following up on everything. And what happens? Every detail keeps coming back to the defendant. There is no statute of limitations for homicide. It is not a reasonable doubt if you say the defendant is guilty. He's the one who killed Bryan Pata, but he wasn't arrested for 15 years. That is not a reasonable doubt. That is not something that you can take into consideration. The question is, has the state proved the elements of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt? So if you
And you have not done that. You have not done that.
thinking of time, set that aside. That is not a reasonable doubt. Everything adds up.
Well, it is a reasonable doubt because Bex, I just see your comment. Why did it take 50 years? So, just to reiterate, this is a cold case. The only reason they looked at it again was because the family kept pushing and pushing and pushing. ESPN, I believe it was, put in requests. They basically said the whole investigation was a sham. It was shoddy. People wouldn't answer questions. And then also one day they just arrested Rashaun Jones. After the family put so much pressure on them, they ended up going, okay, we got some evidence against Rashaun Jones, so we'll just arrest him and take him to court, just to get the family and get ESPN off our backs, essentially. No new evidence came about. They had the same evidence back in 2007. They never arrested him. Now, all of a sudden, once the family put pressure on him in the year 2000, and they went into the press, made press conferences, the media were putting FOIA requests, and then that's when all of a sudden the state went, okay, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, right, we got some stuff from Rashaun, let's just take him to trial, and he got arrested. Literally, that's how it happened. If the family hadn't put any pressure on them, they still wouldn't be, Rashaun would be free man right now. They just pinned it on whoever they thought they could convict.
To one individual, and that is the defendant.
Well, again, then why did it take 15 years? So that is part of the reasonable doubt. So don't tell me what I can and can't think about. He could have been arrested 15 years ago then, if that's the case.
So at the end, you'll be provided with a verdict form. You should check the box. The defendant is guilty of second-degree murder. Then you must go down and answer some additional questions. Did the defendant actually possess a firearm in the course of committing the second-degree murder? You should answer yes. Did he discharge a firearm in the course of committing it? Yes. And did the discharge cause death? You should check the box yes. There is only one verdict that makes sense, and that is...
And that is a not guilty, because you're a piece of shit taking this case to trial. This is not justice for the victim. You just want to win. You don't give a fuck about the family or anything. This is just a job for you. you literally do not give a shit about justice right now.
That the defendant, Rashaun Jones,
Fuck
is
you.
guilty of the homicide of Bryan Pata.
Can I proceed, Judge? Members of the jury, the first thing that Ms. Alvarez told you whenever she got up here and spoke to you in her opening statement was that two things can be true at once. And that remains true now like it was then. The death of Bryan Pata was an absolute tragedy. Rashaun Jones is not responsible. That's what the evidence in this case has shown. The government has tried to take innocent facts, facts that do not equal murder, and build it up and turn it into something that it was not. We sit here today in court 20 years later as they try to take information that they've had and put it in an order where it makes sense. And they've failed. They have not met their burden because they cannot meet their burden. What happened on November 7th of 2006? The government's evidence hasn't shown what happened. Nobody knows what happened to Bryan Pata on November 7th of 2006. But we know what did not happen. Rashaun Jones was not at the Colony Apartments. Rashaun Jones did not shoot him. Rashaun Jones had nothing to do with his death. Rashaun Jones failed a drug test. He went home. He was at home at the time that Bryan Pata was killed, and then he didn't go to the meeting. He didn't go to the team meeting because he was suspended. He didn't want to be around the team that he had just got suspended from. He was embarrassed. He didn't want to be around it, and he chose not to go. There wasn't a coach that called him to tell him he had to be there. Bruce Johnson called him to tell him about the meeting, and he made the decision not to go. And because he didn't go to that meeting, we're here. That one choice has snowballed out of control to where an arrest hadn't been made in 15 years, and all of a sudden now, we go back. We look at the one person who didn't go to that meeting for a completely innocent reason and try to paint this picture, try to use all of these innocent facts to turn it into a murder. The law does not permit that. The evidence in this case has not proven beyond and to the exclusion of every single reasonable doubt that Mr. Jones is responsible. And the evidence has not met that burden because it cannot meet that burden, because Rashaun Jones is innocent. And in a minute, you're going to hear some instructions from Judge Miranda. She's going to tell you about the burden that has to be met in this case. And Ms. Jones-Peabody spoke about it a little bit whenever she was talking to you in voir dire. It has to be an abiding conviction, something that sticks with you today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. Something to where you lay your head on that pillow, you feel comfortable with your decision. You're not wondering. You're not wondering about, it doesn't come back. You don't think about it. That's not what the evidence in this case has done. And I want to talk about the evidence in this case. I want to get directly into it, and I'm going to start with Paul Connor. Paul Connor, you heard his testimony played over a video. He was shown a lineup. He selected Rashaun Jones's photograph out of that. But let's talk about the actual interaction between Paul Connor and this person that he saw. Paul Connor testified that he saw this person for 1 to 2 seconds. Paul Connor testified that his vision is 20/40 without his glasses on and 20/30 with his glasses on. Paul Connor testified that he could not say whether or not he actually was wearing his glasses at the time. Paul Connor testified that his vision is so bad it falls below the requirements to drive in Florida unless there's a special designation on his license saying he has to wear his glasses to be able to drive. Paul Connor said that he is nearsighted and he's farsighted. He has to wear glasses for distance and he has to wear reading glasses up close. Paul Connor told you that when he observed this person, they were walking past each other. Again, 1 to 2 seconds of interaction. Paul Connor testified that this occurred at night. Paul Connor testified that there are no streetlights on 77th Avenue. Paul Connor testified that he was shown some photographs in his testimony. He was asked where it was whenever he observed this person, and he pointed here, right near the entrance of the Colony Apartments. And now the government wants to talk about these lights way back here at this other entrance where this other apartment complex, but Paul Connor makes it very, very clear that this is where he was when he observed this person, and then he walks into the parking lot, and the person walks past him. That's where he observes him, right there, in the Colony Apartments, not near those lights. There's no shopping center across the street. We see that on this map, the map that the government has shown. This is the apartment complex. This is the shopping center on 88th Street. This is, Detective Segovia said 1 block, but we're talking 1 block, 2 block, at least 2.5 blocks up. That's not illuminating this area. You can see how dark it is on some of the crime scene photographs as well. This is a photograph. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 13. A photograph showing horizontally parallel with that entrance. You don't see a single light here. Detective Patz has told you that these photographs were taken with a flash. The only light that you see in this photograph is a flash. And then we see this picture, also states Exhibit 13. This is a parking lot facing the entrance. You see how dark this is, and there's this one globe light. The only light there at that entrance. And what did Dwayne Hendricks say about this one globe light? Well, first of all, in his 911 call, he says, "It's black out here. I can't see anything. It's black out here. I can't see anything." And then when the government got back up to ask him questions during his redirect examination, they wanted to try and establish that the area where he was dark, but the parking lot was well lit. And what did he say? There was one light by the entrance. It was supposed to be well lit, but it wasn't. That was his exact testimony. It was supposed to be well lit, but it wasn't. This was a dark area, and he observed this person for 1 to 2 seconds without his glasses on, and he has 20/40 vision. Ultimately, during Paul Connor's testimony, he admits everything. He says, the question is, so you saw this person for 1 to 2 seconds without your glasses on, and it was dark outside. He says, yes, yes, yes. Not only that, not only were the conditions that he saw this person in bad, not good for a reasonable, reliable identification. And that's one of the things that you are going to be instructed. You're going to be instructed to consider certain factors when you're determining the credibility of an eyewitness identification or selection. And one of them is the capacity and the opportunity of the eyewitness to observe the offender based on the length of time of observation and conditions at the time of observation, including lighting and distance. So all of those factors I just discussed, you're going to be specifically instructed to consider those. Not only that, not only were the conditions poor, but the time between whenever he saw this person and the actual being shown the lineup was 7.5 months. 7.5 months. Members of the jury, if you saw a person for 1 to 2 seconds at night and you were asked to accurately pick a photograph of them 7.5 months later, would you be able to do it? Would you be able to do that? Especially when Paul Connor says that he didn't think anything of it at the time. He didn't realize anything was wrong until the next day. Later in the afternoon that day, whenever he gets to his office and sees the news. That's the first time he realized anything was happening. So he crosses paths with this person at night without his glasses on for 1 to 2 seconds. Isn't anything that sticks out in his mind. It's not something that he immediately thought was something that he should remember. But then 7.5 months, he's able to accurately pick this person out of an identification? No. Nobody could do that. Another factor that you're going to be instructed to consider is whether the identification, the selection was cross-racial. Whether the person selected and the witness are of different races. Why? Because it's difficult to identify someone of a different race. That's what the science has shown. That's what the law says.
Okay,
Paul Connor.
As to the science, can you just write it?
Okay, sustained as to the science comment in this regard.
The law asked you to consider it. There's a reason that the law asked you to consider the races of the two individuals and whether it's cross-racial. There's a reason for that. Paul Connor is a white man from Kentucky who's been in Miami for 3 years, and Rashaun Jones is a black man. That's something that you're going to be instructed to consider. You're also going to be instructed to consider whether the identification was the product of the eyewitness's own recollection or was the result of influence or suggestiveness. What you heard about the lineup and the administration of that lineup in 2007 was that Detective Dominguez was aware of who the individuals in that lineup were. That lineup isn't recorded. The procedure is not recorded. We don't know what was said. We don't know what was done. We don't know what body language was used by Detective Dominguez. We don't know if there was anything that might have suggested the identity of the person in that lineup. Let's also take a look at the lineup that included Mr. Jones and compare it with the lineup that included the other individual, the other suspect. Do we see?
So just so you're aware, because just in case it pops up, as of about 4 or 5 minutes ago, the jury came back and said they were still at deadlock, and the judge declared a mistrial. So it's been declared a mistrial now. So let me just show you that. We'll come back to this again. So let me move myself. So the judge in the trial of former University of Miami football player Rashaun Jones, who was accused of killing his teammate nearly 20 years ago, announced a mistrial on Monday. The judge made the announcement after the jury said it could not come to a unanimous decision on a verdict. Jones was accused of killing his former Hurricanes teammate Bryan Pata nearly 20 years ago. Jones had been charged with second-degree murder in the killing of Pata, who was shot and killed outside his Kendall apartment in 2006. Jones, now 40, was arrested in Ocala in August 2021, 15 years after Pata's killing. After a recorded interview with investigators, he had pleaded not guilty and declined to testify in his own defense. So they will retry him 100%. They will retry it because the family will make them retry it. But yeah, I hope they get a new judge, though. I genuinely hope they get a new judge. My only issue with it, obviously, is I'm not sure these attorneys were probably paid for. So will he be able to have... The only downside about mistrials is for the defendant, well, I mean, it's better than having a guilty verdict, is that they either have to pay for another lawyer or lawyers, or they have to get pro bonos, and obviously you don't normally get the same caliber of attorneys. So he's still in jail, and he could take bond, but he can't. I believe he can't afford the bond. I think it's quite obviously quite a lot. So I don't believe he can afford the bond to put himself out there. He has been in prison for 5 years. Sorry, in jail for 5 years as of now. So he's still in jail right now. So yeah. There you go. Right, we'll go back and listen to more of this, but yeah. So we'll see. They'll have like a certain amount of days to refile charges against him. So, yeah, that's true. If he can't afford bond, he probably can't pay for another trial, unless obviously he will get. And also these attorneys might do a pro bono one. You know, they might. I don't know. We'll see. I would only be speculated, so I'll try and look it up now, see how much his bond was.
See a difference between these two lineups? Do we see a difference in the lighting and the quality of the pictures and the details that you can see in this one versus the one that included Rashaun Jones? Rashaun Jones' picture in this lineup is a black blur. There's a shadow around his chin, there's a shadow around the sides of his face. You can barely see any other facial.
Okay, so his bond amount is $8.5 million, so he has to put up $850,000. So yeah, I mean, who the fuck can ever afford that? So yeah, his bond is set at $8.5 million, so he has to pay $850,000. No wonder he can't afford that. Do you know what I mean?
Details. There's a dark background that sticks out. His background is darker than the background of the other individuals in these photographs. He's the darkest one. He stands out because of the background and because of the quality of that picture. That's suggestive in and of itself. Plus, we don't know what was said by Detective Dominguez or done by Detective Dominguez whenever he showed that to him. You heard testimony that the way they do it now is single pieces of paper. One piece of paper for each photograph. Detective Segovia testified that sometimes the photographs are larger, sometimes the photographs aren't larger, but they're each printed on their own individual piece of paper. How accurate can you be about someone's identity when you're looking at a 1-inch by 1-inch photograph of their blurry face in a shadow? You can't be. You're also, under current procedures today, looking at one person at a time. So you're not in a situation where you're looking at a group of people and trying to pick the one that closest resembles the person who you might remember that you saw 1 to 2 seconds at night without your glasses on 7 months ago. The lineup was done improperly. There was also a moment, and I think this will draw a distinction between proper and improper, between something that makes sense and something that doesn't. During Paul Connor's testimony, he's asked by the prosecutor to step down and stand in front of him and ask if he can see him clearly. What's the difference? And he says yes. What's the difference between that and the lineup and the interaction that he had with this person who ran past him or walked past him, depending on which version of his testimony you're considering? Well, the prosecutor, white male, Paul Connor, white male. They're also standing still across from each other. They're not moving. They're not walking past each other. It's in a well-lit courtroom. It's not nighttime. Paul Connor's paying attention. Paul Connor's looking him in the face. He's being asked to look directly at him in the face and say whether or not he can see him clearly. He wasn't asked to pay attention to this person who walked past him. He said he didn't even think anything of it until the next day. Another thing Paul Connor said was clean white smile. Very clear about clean white smile during his testimony. This person appeared pleasant to him and smiled at him, and he had a clean white smile. You heard from Bruce Johnson. He described Rashaun Jones' teeth in 2006 as jagged, and he said they had some color on them. And he was asked whether or not he would describe it as a clean white smile, and Bruce Johnson said no, absolutely not. His teeth were jagged, and they had color on them, not a clean white smile. That's the main thing that that's the main thing that Paul Connor recalls was this clean white smile. That is not Rashaun Jones based on the evidence that you heard during this case. Another factor that you're going to be instructed to consider is witness familiarity with the subject identified. Now there's this concept of subconscious transference. We've all been in a situation where someone looks familiar to us. We feel like we may have seen this. Sometimes we misremember where we've seen people. If someone's face looks familiar to us, we might think they're from one place, we might think they're from work or some interaction, but they're actually from another place. You see a person's face who might be an actor, something like that. You might think you saw them in one movie, but then it turns out to be something else. You can misapply where you've seen people and the situation. You can get it wrong. What do we know about Paul Connor? Where could he have possibly seen Rashaun Jones' face before without actually realizing it? With being in one of those situations where someone's face looks familiar, but he gets the timing wrong, gets the situation wrong, gets the context wrong. Paul Connor said he's a University of Miami football fan. Rashaun Jones was on the football team. Now the government says he wasn't a starter. He wasn't a starter. But let's think about that. If Rashaun Jones wasn't starting the majority of the time on the football team, he would be on the sideline. If he's on the sideline, he would have his helmet off. If he has his helmet off and someone's watching the football game, Paul Connor said he used his glasses when he watched the football game in his testimony because he could see better whenever he had his glasses on. You could see their face more clearly. Maybe he saw Rashaun Jones' face on the sideline in one of those football games. Paul Connor also testified that he used to look at ESPN roster photos of the football team to see if he had any football players in his classes. We know that he then saw Rashaun's roster picture. We know that he's seen it. Paul Connor was a professor at the University of Miami from 2004 to 2007. Rashaun Jones was a student and an athlete at the University of Miami from 2004 to 2007. The same period of time, 3 years. Detective Segovia told you he pulled the class schedule, he pulled the teaching schedule and Rashaun's schedule, and they were never in the same class. First of all, are either of those pieces in evidence? Are you going to trust Detective Segovia's word for that? Second of all, just because they were not in the same class doesn't mean that they didn't cross paths at the university. Detective Segovia told you that he didn't see which building Paul Connor was teaching in. He didn't see which building Rashaun had classes in. He's not sure if Paul Connor taught a class in the same building that Rashaun was taking a class with another professor. He told you he's not sure if they might have crossed paths in that building. He told you he's not sure if they might have crossed paths on their way to and from courses that Paul Connor was teaching and that Rashaun was taking. Paul Connor testified that he eats lunch in the cafeteria with the students. He mingles with the students in the cafeteria. Subconscious transference. He could have seen Rashaun. He could have seen Rashaun Jones' face at any one of those points and misremembered the context. When asked to identify a person and put with a line up in front of them, he recognizes a face but misremembers where he recognized that face from. And 7.5 months after he encountered this individual for 1 to 2 seconds without his glasses at night, he made a mistake. He made a mistake. How many football games were between November of 2007 and November of 2006 and June of 2007, whenever Paul Connor made that selection in that lineup? How many football games had Paul Connor watched? How many times had him and Rashaun Jones crossed paths on the University of Miami campus? You heard testimony that after Rashaun finished his 2-game suspension, he came back. He came back to the football team. He was back on campus the next day. Let's talk about this 2020 situation. where Detective Segovia talks to Paul Connor and says, hey, look at the same exact lineup that you previously saw with the people in the same exact position and tell me if you can remember making the selection. Didn't change the position, didn't change the pictures, didn't use the department's new policy of putting them on a single piece of paper each and showing them separately, showed them the same exact picture and just said, hey, do you remember this? When you're considering the factors for whether or not it's reliable, is that suggestive? Showing him the same exact set of pictures in the same exact position? 20 years later, 15 years later? And then Paul Connor testified. You heard him testify. The defense attorney asked him a question. You remembered the position of the picture you selected. And he said, if I have to be honest, then yes, I remembered the location of the picture. He was specifically asked, I wrote it down. When the detective showed you this new lineup in 2020, where was Mr. Jones' location? It's the same. And your testimony, as you recall Mr. Jones being in the second position at the top, answer, I would have to be truthful and say yes. He remembered the position, the same exact lineup that he had seen. No change. Didn't take the time to create a new lineup with the new procedures, administer it again, give the warnings that he testified about, none of that. There's a reason why Paul Connor selected Mr. Jones' picture June 24th of 2007 and nobody made an arrest. The officers knew that this was unreliable, that this was not the type of lineup that you can put any sort of weight behind because of all the factors that we discussed. The government knew that this was not an identification, not a lineup that you can put any sort of weight behind. And it's not until 2020, after 15 years, when a new detective gets assigned to the case, all of a sudden now it becomes enough, it becomes credible. And then he shows him the same exact lineup again. Paul Connor's testimony also has a ton of conflicts in it. If you listen to his testimony, he testified that the reason he took the train that day was because his car was in the shop. Couldn't tell you what shop, couldn't tell you where the shop was, couldn't give you any details about the shop, but then also testified that the reason he found out that something had happened at the apartment complex that night was because he was driving his car out of the complex and saw police and police tape. And he's questioned about this. Well, could you be mistaken? Yes, I could be mistaken. His whole recollection is wrong. He's also misremembering when the police came and spoke to him. He's misremembering the date that's on the sketch that he did. He's certain that it was November 8th, but the sketch says November 9th. And let's talk about the sketch for a second. Does this look anything like Rashaun Jones? Does this look anything like Rashaun Jones? Nothing. Paul Connor's selection is not reliable. It is not credible. Paul Connor's selection should be taught in law schools and at police academies. It had every single mark of a false identification, every single indicator of a false.
Judge, move to strike. Move to strike, but also stand objection. Move on.
You'll be instructed to consider the factors when weighing eyewitness identifications and selections. Paul Connor's selection has issues in every single category. This was a misidentification, and everybody knew it until 2021. Let's talk about the other evidence in the case. All the evidence that is completely innocent information, completely innocent behaviors, that now, 20 years later, the government's trying to spin into a motive, to try and spin into a murder. We spent days hearing about a dorm room fight in 2004. A fight that happened summer of 2004, so 2.5 years before the murder of Bryan Pata. 2.5 years. And the government's telling you that because a fight that happened 2.5 years before, Rashaun Jones went and shot him in the head because he failed a drug test? What did the witnesses who testified about that fight say? Eric Moncourt said, Rashaun Jones didn't want to fight. Rashaun Jones wasn't the aggressor. He didn't want any sort of conflict with Bryan Pata. Eric Moncourt testified that he thought that everything was quashed after this. He didn't hear anything else about it. He didn't think that this was a continuing issue. He wasn't aware of any issues after this. Eric Moncourt testified that there's fights between players all the time. How many of the football players testified about the locker room dynamic and how there's fights in the locker room? It's not uncommon. It's a situation where there's a lot of alpha males, a lot of testosterone, a lot of competitive people, a lot of conflicting personalities. And this is something that happens in a locker room. There's fights. There's arguments. There's people who don't necessarily gel together, people who aren't on speaking terms, people who don't get along, people who don't hang out. And that's completely normal. Everybody testified to that. Kareem Brown testified that him and Bryan Pata used to get in arguments every single day. It's normal. There's fights. This is nothing out of the ordinary. This is a locker room dynamic for a Division I football team. A fight 2 years before is not motive. The Jada stuff. A bunch of testimony about how Rashaun and Jada might have had a thing at one point, sort of informal, and there was gossip about it. Everybody who testified about it said that there was nothing more going on once Jada and Bryan Pata started dating in fall of 2005. There might have been a conversation where Bryan Pata went and told Rashaun, hey, that's my girl now, and Rashaun said, yeah, all cool, that's fine. No issues, no further issues. There was no testimony that Rashaun was continuing to try and be with Jada or get with Jada. He had his own girlfriend in November of 2006, Sherry Abramson, who let him drive her Range Rover, and she drove a Maserati. She got him phones. She gave him money. What's he jealous for? He's not jealous. This was something in the past that, like he said in his statement, got blown out of proportion. It got exaggerated. Because when he didn't go to that meeting, when he chose not to go to that meeting because he had failed a drug test, he was down in the dumps, according to Bruce Johnson, didn't want to go. Now all of a sudden, the narratives start turning. This thing that happened 2 years ago starts coming up and gets blown out of proportion. The situation with Jada before Bryan and Jada started dating gets blown out of proportion. It gets spun up and spun up. And now people are testifying 20 years later, after hearing all the coverage in this case, after being called by ESPN to discuss this case and asked these types of questions, now they're testifying 20 years later. It's snowballed. It's not motive for murder. It's not jealousy. The government's also arguing that Bryan Pata was going to be drafted to the NFL, which is another reason why Rashaun was jealous enough to kill him. And that Rashaun wasn't getting that much playing time, which is why Rashaun was jealous enough to kill him. How many people testified who were on that team who went to the NFL? That team was full of NFL players. This wasn't unique to Bryan Pata. He was a talented football player. He was going to get drafted, but it was not a unique situation. There were a lot of people who ended up in the NFL. Bruce Johnson, the person who was closest to Rashaun, went to the NFL. There's a lot of people who went to the NFL. Bryan and Rashaun didn't play the same position. It's not like they were competing for a starting job. It's not like Bryan Pata was the one who was keeping Rashaun from any playing time. Completely different positions. And all the players who came and testified told you about how the position groups ran together. The linemen were in one section of the locker room. The linemen hung out together. DBs, separated section of the locker room, far away. They hung out together. They were all in their own position groups. That's who they hung out with. There was no direct competition between Bryan and Rashaun Jones. Not the type of competition that can drive someone to commit a homicide. Let's break this down. The government's theory of prosecution in this case is that Rashaun Jones failed his second drug test. Not his first drug test, where this is the first time that this has happened, and this is a new thing that he's dealing with. Not his third drug test, where he's now going to get kicked off the team. He failed his second drug test, and he misses some class sometimes, and he gets in trouble sometimes for being late to meetings. And he has such a break. He's so upset that he failed his second drug test that he shoots his teammate in the head. Does that make any sense, members of the jury? Does that make any sense at all? Let's talk about the evidence surrounding the firearm, the projectile. The government is asking you to make so many leaps, so many jumps, to link this projectile to Rashaun Jones. First of all, you have to believe that the firearms analyst was accurate in saying that this is 100% a .38 caliber bullet. He testified that he took measurements. He testified that he did write the measurements down, couldn't tell you what the measurements were, but knows that he took the measurements and it was consistent, but he couldn't tell you what they were. He talked about how damaged the bullet was and how he took measurements off of a damaged bullet, was able to say it was a .38 caliber. So first you have to believe that the projectile was a .38 caliber. Then the next leap that you have to take is that the murder weapon would have had to have been a .38 caliber, because the firearms analyst, Mr. Hertel, testified that the fire weapon very well could have been a .357 firearm. Could have been a .357 revolver, could have been a .357 semi-automatic handgun, could have been a .357 rifle, could have been a .357 Derringer. So now you have to assume that all of those were not the murder weapon. Then you have to assume that David Howell is telling the truth. And let's talk about David Howell for a second. He testified that on the stand, Rashaun showed him a gun in Patricia Dunak's dorm room, in a friend's dorm room, right? And then when Detective Segovia was being questioned, he was asked about another statement that David Howell made when he said it happened in his dorm room. So he has the places different. David Howell was also very close with Eric Moncourt. Eric Moncourt told you how close him and David Howell were. They were both linemen, and they ran around in the same group. They spoke almost every day, he said. Eric Moncourt said he never heard anything, ever, never heard anything at all, ever, about Rashaun Jones having a gun. Never heard anything about it. David Howell didn't mention it one time. And while we're here, let's talk about these locker room rumors that nobody was able to directly testify about. Just a couple witnesses, Kareem Brown and David Howell, talking about the rumors. How is it a rumor if Eric Moncourt never heard anything about a firearm? How is it a rumor if Bruce Johnson never heard anything about a firearm? How is it a rumor if Dwayne Hendricks didn't hear anything about a firearm? What did Dwayne Hendricks say when he was asked about Rashaun Jones? Rashaun Jones was always talking about girls. Rashaun Jones was always talking about girls. Didn't say anything about guns or firearms or anything like that. The only two witnesses in this case who say anything about Rashaun with a gun, which is directly contradicted by the other witnesses, both police officers now. They're both working with law enforcement. The only two witnesses who say anything about Rashaun having a gun, 20 years later. So David Howell said, revolver, small caliber, could have been 38, could have been another small caliber. So now the next assumption we have to make to link this projectile to Rashaun Jones is that what David Howell saw, if he's telling the truth, was a 38 caliber. And then we have to assume that the 38 caliber David Howell saw, if he's telling the truth, was one of the brands of 38 caliber that Hertel talked about, because there were specific brands listed. And then we have to take another assumption that says not only was it one of those brands, but it was the exact gun that was used in the homicide. We're 5 layers removed from the actual evidence in this case, the actual projectile, and anything to do with Rashaun Jones. And that's assuming that you find that the witnesses who testified about this are credible. Kareem Brown, the other witness besides David Howell, who says anything about Rashaun and firearms. He says they're at practice or a team-related event, and Rashaun Jones comes up to him, even though they've never had a one-to-one conversation ever. Kareem Brown testified. They never.
Judge Fox on evidence.
All right.
Kareem Brown testified, that him and Rashaun Jones had never had a one-on-one conversation. They'd never spoken one-to-one. They're in different positions, different groups. They don't hang out. But all of a sudden, Rashaun Jones walks up to him after practice one day or after a team event and says, hey, big bro, I got that 38 on me. Does that make any sense? Does that make any sense at all? Somebody you've never spoken to ever, you're going to tell them, I got a gun on me? That makes no sense. Also, if they're coming back from practice, he obviously wouldn't have had a gun on him at practice. He might have had his jersey on him, which was number 38, if that statement even occurred. What else did Kareem Brown say while we're talking about him? He testified that the University of Miami is a relatively small community. It's small compared to some of these larger football schools. And the people who stay on campus, even smaller. And that the football players would commingle and intermingle with the same group of females who lived on campus. And it wasn't unusual for football players to have had relations in the past with the same girl. Again, not something that's unusual. Jada having a thing with Rashaun and then dating Bryan Pata, not something that's out of the ordinary, not something that's unheard of. Just like the fights, just like the fact that they weren't necessarily best friends, they weren't on speaking terms, they didn't interact, they didn't hang out. All of this, completely normal for this locker room, for this team dynamic, and that's what the witnesses said. I also want to talk about this idea, going back to Paul Connor for a second, that the government has been trying to tell you about Rashaun Jones running from his apartment, running down, committing a homicide, running back up to his apartment. First of all, Detective Segovia testified, because he's the one who drew this line, about how Paul Connor told him he was sprinting between buildings. If you listen to Paul Connor's testimony, he's asked about this directly. He says, did you ever tell anybody that you saw this person sprinting between buildings? And Paul Connor says, I know that's in one of the reports, but I did not say that. I didn't say that. He denies ever saying that. That comes from Segovia. Paul Connor says that didn't happen. He says he turned around, saw his back for a second, never saw him turn and start running. So this is not based on Paul Connor's testimony. First of all. Second of all, Paul Connor said he didn't observe any sweat on this individual that he saw. But the government's trying to say that Rashaun Jones is in good shape, he's a football player, works out all the time. So he ran down, committed a murder, and then began leaving. And Paul Connor didn't see any sweat on this person? It doesn't make sense. It's a conflict in the evidence. Also, if Rashaun Jones was on that road in that area, going where Paul Connor says he saw this person go, Dwayne Hendricks is on his way back from practice as well. Dwayne Hendricks testifies he drives down that road and comes in. Dwayne Hendricks would have crossed paths with Rashaun Jones. Dwayne Hendricks would have recognized Rashaun Jones because he knows Rashaun Jones. Dwayne Hendricks didn't see Rashaun Jones anywhere that night. He didn't see him once, not when he's driving home. And the government keeps saying that Rashaun got this call from Bruce Johnson, so he knew practice was over. He knew when to go. Well, if he knew practice was over, he also knew that football players lived at the Colony Apartments. He knew that Dwayne Hendricks was Bryan Pata's roommate. He knew that they would be coming back at the same time. So he would decide to then go and commit a homicide in open public while he knows that other football players are going to be returning there because he knows that they live there. That doesn't make any sense. Let's talk about that phone call with Bruce Johnson. Bruce Johnson calls him before the death of Bryan Pata at 6:41, and then he speaks to him again at 7:39. I remember. Bruce Johnson says he didn't notice anything unusual about that call. He didn't notice anything unusual about either of those calls. He didn't notice that he was out of breath. He didn't notice that he was panicked. He didn't notice that he was frantic. Nothing. He's known Rashaun Jones since Rashaun Jones and him played youth football together. If they're on a phone 39 minutes after Rashaun Jones had just committed a homicide, or 19 minutes before Rashaun Jones goes to commit a homicide, he would have noticed something off. He would have noticed that something wasn't right. He would have heard something in his voice. He would have known. But no, he says, no, nothing unusual. I told him about the meeting. I told him about it. Nothing unusual at all. In the call before, he told me about failing his drug test. I didn't notice anything unusual. At the very least, he would have heard that he was out of breath if he ran all the way there like the government's saying. Now after, Rashaun Jones gets Pat Diaz, who comes and puts a card at his house. Rashaun Jones calls Pat Diaz, speaks to Pat Diaz, agrees to an interview with Pat Diaz, cooperates. Pat Diaz goes back to his house a second time, leaves a card. Again, Rashaun reaches out and makes contact, speaks to him. Pat Diaz says, why didn't you say anything about Jada last time? He's like, well, you didn't ask about Jada. But doesn't hide it. He has nothing to hide. Speaking to police. And then this third time, the government wants to make it seem like Rashaun Jones was trying to keep Sherry from saying anything to the police. But Sherry testified, and Sherry told you that she got this call, and Rashaun said, no, go speak to him, it's fine. And then when they get back, Rashaun makes a statement about how he doesn't want them speaking to her alone, protective boyfriend. But then when the detectives explain the situation to him, and the detectives say, like, no, we have to interview witnesses one at a time, we want to make sure it's one at a time, what did Pat Diaz say? He was cool with it, he had no issue. There was no issue. Once they explained it to him, there was no issue. He was cooperative with everything that he was asked to do. When he's taken into custody in 2021, he walks into that interview room, he's read his Miranda rights, he's told that you don't have to speak to me at all. The law says you do not have to speak to me. And he says, let's go, let's speak. He was eager to speak with Detective Segovia. You hear that on the recording. He's eager to speak with him. And they do, they speak for 2 hours. And I know the government told you that Detective Segovia was trying to give him an out. Detective Segovia was trying to get him to give some sort of reasonable explanation for why he might have been in the area. Do not get it mistaken. He was under arrest. There was nothing that Rashaun Jones could have said to get him out of there. If he could have given an explanation for being on scene, and he did, he would have been in handcuffs. Again, he would have stayed in handcuffs. This wasn't a reasonable chance to explain anything. This was, let's see what we can get him to say. Rashaun Jones didn't take the bait. He didn't take the bait when Detective Segovia was trying to say, look, I'm trying to give you a chance. If there's a reason why you could be there, if there's a reason why you were in the area, maybe we can get you out of this. He didn't take it. He said, no, I wasn't there. I wasn't there. I wasn't there that night. I was at my house, which is consistent with the phone records. Sergeant Cremacini testified about the cell site locations and the phone records. And he talked to you about 2 calls that ping off of this tower to sort of near the crime scene. And he said he can't exclude the possibility that Rashaun's phone would ping there from his house. But let's assume that it didn't. Between those 2 pings, at 3:55 p.m. and 8:57 p.m., Sergeant Cremacini testified that all the calls were consistent with Rashaun Jones being at home. They were all pinging off of his home towers, the towers that are consistent with him sitting in his living room. That's what Sergeant Cremacini testified to. That directly supports what Rashaun Jones told the officers. I was at home. And every call made during that period of time is consistent, the cell tower information is consistent with him being at home. The government also wants to point at Rashaun Jones' statement that he gave 15 years later and try and be nitpicky about times and oh, he said he called Bruce Johnson and then he called Sherry, but he also called a few people in between. He's being interviewed 15 years later. He remembers some conversations. He can't remember every single thing that he's being asked about. He can't remember every single detail of everything. He remembers the things that stand out to him. He remembers that he failed a drug test that day and he was suspended. He remembers that he didn't go to the team meeting because he was upset about failing the drug test and didn't want to be around those people. He remembers changing his phone number because, again, he didn't want people reaching out and nagging him. And he changes his phone number before the murder occurs. Why would somebody change their phone number, put their phone number in their name before a homicide if they were trying to conceal anything? That doesn't make any sense at all. Why you would change your phone number, get it put in your name as some sort of preparation to commit a crime, it doesn't make any sense. And Sherry testified that he was always changing his number. Sure, her parents owned Verizon stores. She was able to help him and get him phones. That doesn't make any sense why he would change his number. And then going back to the calls and the calling people, because the government argued that why is he calling all these people if he didn't want anybody bugging him? Well, before he learned about this death of Bryan Pata, he calls a select few people. He calls his friend, he calls his girlfriend, people who he wants to have his number, probably people that he wants to confide in, people that he wants to talk to about the situation. That's who he calls. And then once he learns this information, then there's a number of calls that happen. But you can imagine, and when something like this happens, whenever your whole team is being affected by this situation, all the students are talking about it. There's students calling, everybody's calling back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I also want to talk about this idea that Sherry lied to cover for Rashaun by telling officers that she wasn't able to get in touch with Rashaun around the time of the murder. If she was trying to cover for Rashaun, she wouldn't have said that, oh, I don't know where he was at the time of the homicide. Right? That doesn't sound like something you would say when you cover for somebody. And then we know that they were on the phone. He speaks to Bruce Johnson, 7:40 something, and then him and Sherry have a conversation, 2 calls, and then at around 8:30 they have another phone call. They're in communication there. Now there are a number of calls that happened later that night. Maybe Sherry was confused about the timing. Maybe she did call him, but it wasn't around the time of the homicide. It was around the time where he was supposed to be coming to see her. She's wondering, what's taking you so long? So she calls him. And then whenever she's asked about this later, who knows how much longer later, she says, yeah, I was calling him a bunch. I was worried about him because another football player had got shot. I just learned that someone else was shot, so I was calling him. Later in the night, a few hours later, Rashaun also, whenever he testified, wasn't able to be 100% accurate about the times because it's 15 years later. Unrelated to the time of the homicide occurring or anything where she might have thought that Rashaun was going to get blamed for something. She doesn't remember making that statement 15 years later. Let's talk about the blocking of the numbers. So we see here, yeah, Rashaun uses *67 to dial Sherry's number, but then 43 minutes later, or excuse me, 56 minutes later, she calls him at that number. So she had his number, she got his number. Were there any text messages that were going on at the time? Did the government get any text messages at the time? Did they see if anything was being discussed on text message, if he maybe texted her his number so that she would have it? We don't know why he blocked the number there. Who knows? There's 1,000 different reasons why he might have used *67. I use *67 for 1,000 different reasons. It doesn't mean murder. It doesn't equal murder, especially whenever she's calling him back, she has his contact information. It doesn't make sense. Again, these are innocent facts. When you look at them, it does not equal murder. And then 20 years later, the government's they talk about puzzles. They're trying to take a piece from this puzzle and a piece from that puzzle and a piece from this puzzle and jam them all together and put a picture together and try to tell you that this equals murder. It doesn't. These puzzle pieces do not fit together. There's not a single piece of direct, credible evidence that links Rashaun Jones to this homicide. Nothing. And the evidence that you heard during this trial about 2.5 years of the conflict and nothing that's unusual based on the team dynamic and the phone records that are consistent with him being at home during that entire time, it shows this is not the truth. What the government is trying to say is not the truth. Taking these different puzzle pieces from different puzzles and putting them together does not make a picture that proves this case beyond and to the exclusion of reasonable doubt. It does not. I might have mentioned this, but I'm going to say it again. When he changed his number, it was in his name, and then he was calling people, and they had his number. He's not trying to hide anything. And whenever he calls these detectives, right, because Pat Diaz said, we left a card, he got in touch with us. Was he calling them from his number that he changed? Was he hiding it? Was he hiding his number from police? Was he hiding it from investigators? No, he had nothing to hide from investigators at any point. Now, Mike Sanders asking for money. Why he was asking for money, the government really hasn't said. That he's trying to maybe have gotten a get out of town or something. He had a vehicle. The witnesses who testified that he had a vehicle that he could use to drive out of town if he wanted to. He had a girlfriend who did have money. So if Mike Sanders, said no for whatever reason, and then Sherry actually was trying to cover for him and he was trying to skip town, Sherry could have got him a bus ticket, a plane ticket, got him out of town. None of that. Mike Sanders' family owned KFC franchises. He testified that was known around the campus. People knew that his family was well off. He said he couldn't tell you whether or not Rashaun had asked for money before. He can't recall that. And he couldn't recall much. He couldn't recall the time where he called Rashaun back. Can't tell you what happened on that phone call. Can't tell you anything about what happened there. And context matters whenever we're talking about a witness and the government's trying to say that Rashaun calling and maybe asking for money is somehow evidence of murder. Context matters. How does he not remember that second phone call? The only thing he remembers about the first phone call is Rashaun called him and asked him for money. Doesn't remember anything else that was said on that phone call. Maybe Rashaun was embarrassed. Maybe Rashaun, his girlfriend Sherry, had just got him a new phone that day. She already helped him out enough. Maybe Rashaun was running out of money, was embarrassed to reach out to Sherry and ask for more help after she had already got him a phone, calls Mike Sanders. Not a single witness who testified in this trial could tell you anything about Rashaun Jones' financial situation. They couldn't tell you anything. Nothing. Nobody pulled his bank records. Nobody wanted to see what his balances were. None of it. We do know, at the very least, he was calling to check his account balance at star 225 to see how much money he had left on his account, so he had that issue. Called the 1-800 number. The bank. And this gap of time argument, where there's no phone calls made for 58 minutes. Sergeant Cremicini testified that whether the phone was on or off, there would have been records of calls coming in, whether it was on or off. All that means is that nobody called for that period of time. That's all that means. A gap in time doesn't mean that the phone was turned off, doesn't mean it was left at home, doesn't mean anything. It just means no calls were coming in. And then between 4:11 and 5:07, another 56-minute gap, there's no calls, no phone calls made. Nothing happened during that period of time. And Sergeant Cremicini was asked, how long have you been in the courtroom? Have you been here for, 56 minutes? By the time he left this courtroom, he had been here for 56 minutes. Just because you don't make a call or receive a call for 56 minutes, that doesn't mean that you're committing a crime, that you're killing someone. Again, another piece of innocent evidence that the government is trying to frame to piece all these misfit puzzle pieces together and create a murder. In 2020, when Detective Segovia took over this case, he selected the suspect and made the evidence fit. Painted a narrative of normal facts that are completely normal for everybody on that football team. Fights, hooking up with the same girls, not hanging out with everybody, maybe not gelling with somebody, and he took that and spun it into a narrative. And now we're here today, 20 years later, because that narrative got spun. 20 years later. How many detectives worked on this case between 2006 and 2020? I think there was testimony that there was dozens and dozens and dozens of detectives who worked on this case and investigated this case for 20 years, 15 years by 2021. And not a single one of them was smart enough to say, oh, you know what, it's Rashaun Jones. No, it was just when Detective Segovia got on the case and was tasked with reevaluating all the evidence and looking at everything like he was working it anew. That's what he testified about. He was the only person smart enough to crack this case after 15 years. The only one. Except for when asked questions about anything to do with anybody besides Rashaun Jones, he doesn't remember. Someone else cleared that lead. Someone else cleared that lead. Oh, I don't know. Oh, the fingerprints that were found on the hood of the car, the fingerprints found on the hood that were matched to a guy, found on the hood of the car at the murder scene with the dead body feet away, those fingerprints that were matched to somebody, that guy was excluded. Who excluded him? I don't know. How was he excluded? I don't know. Do you want to review the previous lead detective's report to see if it can refresh your memory about what was done to investigate this person? You reviewed it. Oh, no, it didn't refresh my memory. No clue. This individual who Detective Dominguez, the original detective, mistakenly believed was in custody at the time, didn't find that out, didn't realize that that mistake had been made, that this one lead, this one potential suspect, was actually out of custody at the time of the homicide. Didn't find that out until after Rashaun Jones was arrested. Didn't find that out until after he had already put Mr. Jones in handcuffs and interviewed him and made up his mind about who the perpetrator was. He was supposed to look at everything again, new, restart the investigation, review all the leads.
For those of you having a bad day, this is a message from lovely Crystal in chat. She says, lovely, pour you 2 coffees. Goodbye, February. Hello, March. Spring is when life gives you flowers. butterflies and sunshine instead of lemons. Let the magic begin. What a nice message. See, I know we're having a bad day today, Marvel Bandit, but as I say, that is a nice message from Lovely to remind people that now is a new month. Spring is when life gives you flowers, butterflies and sunshine instead of lemons. Let the magic begin. How sweet is that? Thank you, Lovely. That's a really nice message.
He had his mind made up. He had his suspect. All he had to do was make it fit, was make the evidence fit the suspect. That is not how it works in the United States of America with the Constitution of the United States. That is not how that works. And that's exactly what happened in this case.
Three-eyed catfish. I'm sorry to hear that, three-eyed catfish. I'm sorry that you're all having a tough time of it. I know it sucks. I get it. It sucks.
Now, whenever you're instructed in a moment, you're going to be instructed that reasonable doubt comes from three places: evidence, conflicts in the evidence, and a lack of evidence. And we've discussed a lot of the evidence already. All the testimony that you heard from the witnesses, the pictures that you've seen. Bruce Johnson testifying he never saw Rashaun with a gun, never had information about Rashaun having a gun. Sherry Abramson saying that she never had any information that Rashaun had a gun. Eric Minefor saying he never had any information or heard about Rashaun having a gun. Dwayne Hendricks saying the only thing he knows about Rashaun is that he likes to talk about girls a lot. All of that evidence, the cell site data that shows he's in this location, that's consistent with him being at his house, in these 5 hours surrounding the murder, all of this evidence, the information that you heard about Paul Connor and his 20/40 vision at night without glasses, the lighting conditions, 1 to 2 seconds he saw this person, selected him in a photo lineup 7.5 months later. All of that evidence exists because Rashaun Jones is innocent. All of that evidence exists and is reasonable doubt because Rashaun Jones was not responsible for Bryan Pata's death. Let's talk about some conflict in the evidence. We spoke about some conflicts already, but all the conflicts in Paul Connor's testimony about the train and his car being in the shop, the conflict between what Paul Connor says and what Detective Segovia says, and Paul Connor saying that he'd never made that statement that Detective Segovia said that he made. The Dave Howell conflicts between where he claims that he had seen this gun, that Eric Minefor, Dave Howell's close friend who spoke all the time, never heard anything about it. Everything in this case conflicts with your common sense, and you're going to be instructed to use your common sense whenever you're weighing the evidence and determining whether or not the government has met its burden to prove beyond it to the exclusion of every single reasonable doubt that Rashaun Jones is responsible. You're going to be asked to use your common sense. And everything that you've heard and the argument that the government is making conflicts with your common sense, conflicts with anybody's common sense. The idea that Rashaun Jones would fail his second drug test and go into such a deep spiral that he wants to commit murder on a person that he got in a fight with 2.5 years ago and had a unofficial thing with his girlfriend a 1.5 years ago. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. It conflicts with common sense. Another conflict in the evidence. Detective Hellman was questioned about whether or not he was able to pull all the phone records for Bryan Pata. First of all, we don't have any phone records for Bryan Pata that have been introduced into evidence. When Detective Segovia was questioned about it, he said, oh, there was a bunch of phone records. I'm not exactly sure. But Detective Hellman said he wasn't able to pull the phone records from the Nextel chirps, from the walkie-talkie function on the Nextel phone. Today, when Sergeant Cremacini testified, he did mention that there was some sort of information, some sort of data from a Nextel chirp. That's a conflict in the evidence. Where are those Nextel chirps? Where are those records? Why haven't we seen those? Would it not be useful to see who the people who Bryan Pata were talking to just before his murder are? Where are those records? Where are they? We have Rashaun's records. They don't show a single call to Bryan Pata. There's no calls to him. That's a conflict in the evidence. The not having Nextel chirps, but having Nextel chirps and being able to see, that's a conflict. That's a reasonable doubt. Let's talk about the lack of evidence in this case. There is no gun. No gun was ever recovered. No gun was ever found on Rashaun Jones. No gun was ever found that could be linked to Rashaun Jones. No gun was ever found whatsoever in this case. There is no forensic evidence in this case, besides the fingerprints on the car to the person who was excluded somehow, but you can't really say how, nobody really knows exactly what was done to exclude that person as a lead. No fingerprints for Rashaun Jones on the scene. No fingerprints from Rashaun Jones on the hood of that car. No fingerprints from Rashaun Jones on a gate nearby. Nothing. Not a single piece of forensic evidence linking Rashaun Jones to this. No DNA either. No DNA on the car, no DNA on the gate, no DNA on anything. No DNA on Bryan Pata's body. Nothing. There was testimony about how they didn't really use cameras back then. But you heard about 2 places where they tried to get cameras from. They tried to get cameras from a hotel, and they tried to get cameras from a Circuit City. This is Dadeland Mall. This is Dadeland Mall. And the government's theory of this case is that Rashaun Jones ran all the way home from Dadeland Mall, or past Dadeland Mall to get to his house, ran all the way home. Did anybody go to Dadeland Mall and see if there was a camera of the exterior to see if there was anything there that might have shown anybody running past? Did anybody testify that they tried to get cameras from Dadeland Mall and that Dadeland Mall was, didn't have any cameras on the exterior? Nope, nobody tried. Now, the government told you during voir dire, one of the things that they talked about a lot, and one of the things that they may say when they come up here to speak with you again, is that they don't have to prove motive. They don't have to prove motive. They're going to say, it's not an element of the crime, we don't have to prove it. They have to prove crime that makes sense. They have to prove beyond and to the exclusion of every single reasonable doubt their case. And if they didn't have to prove motive, they certainly spent a lot of time in this case trying. A lot of time talking about this fight from summer of 2004. A lot of time talking about this clip-up statement. A lot of time talking about, these rumors and the situationship, whatever happened between Rashaun and Jada years before. Spent a lot of time trying to prove motive. And they failed because there was no motive. It doesn't make sense. There is no motive because Rashaun Jones did not kill Bryan Pata. How many witnesses were there to testify in this case about any actual evidence at all that links Rashaun Jones to this crime? Maybe if Paul Connor was a credible witness who wasn't nearsighted and farsighted and was wearing his glasses and it wasn't nighttime and he saw this person for more than 1 to 2 seconds and he made a selection from a photo lineup more than or less than 7.5 months afterwards, maybe, but not with those facts. Every single witness that the government called, 99% of their testimony was about stuff from the past, 2 years before. Why were you hearing about all that stuff? The reason you had to hear about this dorm room fight from 2004 and this clip-up statement and this thing with maybe Jada is because that's all they have. That's the only evidence in this case. Those are the pieces of different puzzles they're trying to put together to tell a story. We'll get to that in a second, because there is something I missed. Let's talk about Paul Connor again. Paul Connor says he got to the train station at 7:35, and it takes him about 25 minutes to walk home from the train station to get to his apartment complex. And then Detective Segovia testified.
The statement of fact is at 6:35, not 7:35.
Can you rely on your recollection of the evidence?
I'm sorry, if I said 7:35, I apologize. He said he got to the train station at 6:35 p.m., and it takes him about 25 minutes to walk to the apartment complex. And then when Detective Segovia testified, he testified that...
Also, that irritates me, that the prosecution are allowed to object and then say what it should be, where in fact you're supposed to object and give a reason, hearsay, facts not in evidence. But apparently they don't have to. They will just say whatever the fuck they want. And that annoys me about them as well.
It would take about 30 minutes to walk to the apartment complex. Either way, he gets there at 7 o'clock. What do we know happened right at 7 o'clock? Jada Brody is on a 911 call, screaming. She had just discovered Bryan. She calls 911 at 7 o'clock, right whenever Paul Connor says that he would have been there. Paul Connor didn't see Jada. Paul Connor didn't see Dwayne Hendricks pull in. Paul Connor didn't see a muzzle flash. Paul Connor saw nothing that would be consistent with what actually happened. And given his confusion with all the dates that you heard about in his testimony and you've heard about with other witnesses, and given his confusion about where his car was, and given the fact that he didn't see anything that was going on at 7 o'clock at this apartment complex, can we even say that, he was there on the day of this homicide? If he's that confused about all these facts, is the person that he saw even the person who's responsible? Was it a different day? We know the person he saw was not Rashaun Jones, but was it even the suspect? The conflicts in his testimony and the conflicts between his testimony and other evidence that you've heard in this case would say otherwise. And the reason that those conflicts exist is because Rashaun Jones did not commit this crime. Rashaun Jones is innocent. Now, I want to use this graph here. I want to talk to you about it.
We're going to object to that. I think it's a little long.
Okay, well, let's ask the jurors to step into the jury room. Please turn it so that they're not being hands. All right, Ralph, can you take them to the jury room?
Well, so admissible by law to show to help the jury to say what the burden of proof is. Are we fucking kidding?
All rise for the jury.
Feel like to do this outside of the jury. They don't have any answer. So let's go ahead and do it now. I think this is going to probably affect how far we get to it. But let's go ahead and see. Can I see it?
Yeah.
I think from the state perspective, it's misstates to state's burden to reach to a higher level. I think the jury instructions are going to be clear. So from the state perspective, it's a misstatement level.
Yeah, that's kind of like giving percentages for what reasonable doubt is. You're doing shades of colors of. I don't see how that's something that would be reasonable. You have a different board or a different sheet, maybe you could rewrite it in a different way.
It's just a demonstrative. I think it is consistent with what the law is.
I don't think it is. I think it's more like percentages and the colors darkening, etc. would go to like a 90% colored in, an 80% colored in, and 75%. The shades are. It's just an inappropriate way to characterize it. Any other ones that we need to discuss? I don't do it now.
Yeah, there are 10 other boards there. We haven't seen any of that.
Okay, why don't we take it with break? Let you all show each other the boards.
No.
Okay. All right. So just so you all know, since they're out, 6:30, the hour and a half would be. Let's say I had 5 minutes or 10 minutes, would have been 6:45. The state still has an extra half an hour, and then I was going to instruct them, which would take another half an hour, and then get them to start a little late. I don't think it's going to happen tonight, unfortunately. I'm going to ask them when they come back, or when Mr. Marnie finishes, if they want to continue for tonight, or they want to come back. You know, just, you know, we've been, standard end time has been between 6 and 7. So we're not going to get to deliberate tonight for sure.
And Your Honor said, how much longer do I have?
You had, well, you have to 6:45. You started at
20 more minutes left.
Yeah, I can add some time because we're taking time off of here.
Well, I think I'm pretty close, and I would just ask Judge that at the very least the government also give their final close.
They had a half an hour left. I'm going to ask the jurors if they're willing to stay. We're supposed to end by 7, but let's see, maybe they'll be willing to stay for that, and then I instruct them tomorrow. Okay? All right, so we'll let you finish, and then I'll ask them.
So they're not allowed to use the demonstrative. They've got to change or something.
I want to go back again to Paul Connor. Even ignoring all.
So it seems like they're not even allowed to use it at all. What the fuck are we doing here?
All of the issues with his testimony that we've spoken about ad nauseum, he still can only say that he's 90% sure. His 90% beyond and to the exclusion of every single reasonable doubt. Taking everything he says is true. There's a 10% chance he's wrong. 1 in 10. Is that 1 in 10 chance? Is that something that will be abiding? Ignoring all the other issues. Is that something that will be abiding? Something that you can lay your head on your pillow at night? Tomorrow?
The percentages.
All right.
Tomorrow, the next day, next week, next month, next year. Something you will not be wondering, oh man, it was only 1 to 2 seconds. It was 7.5 months later. It was dark outside. He does only have 20/40 vision. Is that enough to make you sleep well at night? To make you not have...
Objection, Judge. In leading the front to the jury.
To make you not have that thought in your head, that waver, that vacillation?
Okay, please disregard the last statement.
Last thing about Paul Connor, no golds. Why did he mention no golds? Did anybody tell him about golds? Going back to the cross-racial identification factor, did he mention that the person did not have gold teeth because there was a black male that he saw and he threw it in? Where does that come from? Bruce Johnson told you that sometimes Rashaun Jones would wear golds on his teeth. Certainly didn't have a clean white smile like Paul Connor testified about. Paul Connor and his selection are not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. They are not credible. The other evidence in this case, the other pieces of these random puzzles that the government has tried to piece together for you do not equal murder. The evidence in this case has shown that Rashaun Jones was at home, consistent with his phone records, consistent with his statement, consistent with all the evidence and the lack of evidence and the conflicts of the evidence that you have heard in this case. Now after I sit down, I will not have a chance to speak to you again. This is the last chance that I will get. And we have tried throughout this trial to do everything that we can do to show you, to give you the tools that you need to see the truth, to see that Rashaun Jones did not commit this crime. We have done everything we can. We've tried. When we sit down, there's nothing more we can do, and it's going to be in your hands. And Rashaun Jones said in that interview that you all heard, he tells Detective Segovia, bring in the jury. Bring him in. This is going to have to go to a jury. And 5 years later, you are Rashaun Jones' jury. You're the jury that he...
Wait, I made him promise the jury.
5 years ago, Rashaun Jones told Detective Segovia, take it to a jury. Bring a jury in. And you are Rashaun Jones' jury. When I sit down, there's nothing more I can do with this case. There's no more information I can give you. There's nothing more I can do to try and show you the truth about what happened. But I trust that if you use your common sense, if you look at the evidence and the conflicts of the evidence and the lack of evidence in this case, you'll see that the government's case does not make sense. These puzzle pieces do not fit together. This is not a picture that you can see clearly. Rashaun Jones is not guilty. When you review this evidence and you go back to deliberate, find him not guilty. Find him not guilty. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Stay.
Anything else, right? If I walk over and shoot my trial partner in the head, you know nothing else, right? But if I tell you that she slept with my husband, if I tell you that we didn't get along, there were issues at work, right? If I start to give you, right, context to the why, some irrational, illogical thing happened, right? Context does matter. Let's just be very, very clear. Every single person that came into this courtroom, that sat in this chair, that gave you a piece, right, of the context that led us to November 7, 2006, that is a piece of evidence. Every single word that escapes every person's mouth when they were asked a question, what they said is a piece of evidence that you members of the jury get to use and use your common sense as you are rendering your verdict. When I got up here in opening, we talked about, in order to understand what happened on November 7th, we have to go back, just back to 2004. We didn't stop there, right? Because it was a 2-year sort of simmering that was going on. Because if we start, right, back to the relationship between Bryan and the defendant, right? It starts in 2004, which the defendant tells you in his own statement, right? That fight that happens, and he says, I cried. In his statement, he says, I cried after that fight.
Objection, mischaracterization of the testimony.
You will get to hear it for yourself. You will get to hear it for yourself. Go back and play it. He says, I cried. 15 years later, when he talks to Detective Segovia, right, that memory is burned in his mind. That is the beginning, right? He has now been in this situation, right, with the 3 upperclassmen. He gets bested by Bryan, and he looks at that guy and he says, I don't like him. That's where it starts. Then it turns into, right, hatred. Because then what happens, right? The guy who beats him up in a fight the one time, who kind of makes fun of him in front of the other players, right, because it's a locker room and it's football and it's a bunch of guys, right? Rashaun says, I cried, so it obviously left an impression. Now that's his sort of mark, right? For the next 2 years, they start to have conflicts. It starts with partly Jada. We know, they told you, and he says it, they hooked up when they were freshmen. He tells Detective Diaz, we were together for 2 or 3 months when we were freshmen. They were freshmen in 2004. 2005, Bryan starts to date Jada. It doesn't matter that he had a rich girlfriend at some point in 2006. The girl he wanted was with Bryan, Jada. And he tells you in his own statement, he says, she caused problems between us because I would go to her and I would say something to her and she would take it to him. He even uses the word, why are you getting me in trouble with Bryan? Because then of course, right, Bryan, that's his girlfriend. We know that he was causing issues with all the guys and their girlfriends, right? Would go and be like, hey, verbal altercation would go down. This was 2 years, right, of ongoing toxicity, call it what you want. Call it locker room antics, call it football players, whatever it was, they didn't like each other. And he is the one who didn't like Bryan. He was insignificant to Bryan. So this isn't just 2004, this one fight happens. This is sort of 2 years, right, of pressure that's being put on Rashaun. And eventually, what happens? When there's enough pressure, he cracks. He tells you in his own statement that day, because all of the context matters, he tells you, yes, he got suspended. That was his fault. He got high and he got suspended. Strike two. But he also tells you, when he tells Detective Segovia, I had a meeting with Coach Coker. Coach Coker was not happy. Crap. What happens? The kid who has a full-time scholarship to UM is on the brink of losing it. You heard from Tony Hernandez, who told you exactly how the drug tests work, right? He had already been tagged because he'd done 2. The next one was coming. Right around that time, what is happening? The guy with the girl who's about to hit the NFL, right? About to make all this money, has everything he wants. There is no logic in jealousy. That's what it is. He goes to blame the person, even though it's his fault he's not on the team. It's his fault he's getting in trouble with Coach Coker. But what does he do? No, that's not my fault. Brian, I never liked that guy, Brian, because that's what happens. He starts to simmer, and he breaks. So then defense says, oh no, these are these innocent things that he does. These things are not suspicious. They are innocent. It's just innocent that he decides to change his tone on November 7th. Let's sort of break everything down, right? So also to add to the context, let's talk about the 38 first, right? The gun. In those 2 years, context matters, right? In those 2 years, around the locker room, right, he brags about owning a 38. He shows Dave a revolver. Dave sees it. It doesn't matter whether Dave saw it in one dorm room versus another. What's consistent is Dave said, I saw a gun. I had never seen a gun in my life, and I saw a gun. I know what I saw. I know it was a revolver because I used to watch Westerns with my brother. George Hertel tells you that it was a 38 lead caliber bullet. That's what he tells you. And that's consistent with the same type of gun that Dave says he sees. It's also consistent with what Kareem says. It's not weird, right? Well, actually, it is a little weird that he tells Kareem that. But it's not weird if you think about the context of Rashaun Jones, right? Who's already in a position where he's trying to make himself seem like a tough guy amongst the team. He's messing with everybody.
That's not evidence.
He's messing with everybody's girlfriend. Like, it's not weird that he's going to go up to an upperclassman to try to make himself look tough. That's what that is. Hey, man, I got a 38. Like, as if everybody's going to think, oh, my gun is cool. That's what that is. That's not some, like, innocuous. Everything plays a part in what was going on here because context matters. By the way, the 38 was the one thing that the Miami-Dade Police Department did not release. It was the one thing that has always been kept under wraps. And the one person that was known to have a 38 that hated Brian, right? Okay. Ill will, hatred, spite.
Objection. Legally, a motion.
Go.
Was it a fan? Let's talk about the team meeting. The team meeting that
every objection is overruled, but not for the prosecution though.
now all of a sudden was he didn't go because he was suspended. The thing is the story changes. And the story changes from the defendant's own mouth. From what he tells detectives initially when they first talk with him. When he first tells Detective Pat Diaz, they first talk to him, it's, well, I didn't go to the team meeting. I got a call from someone who said it was mandatory, but I don't know who called me. That's what he said the first time, and that was back then. Then when he talks to Detective Segovia, it's, well, I didn't go because, I was suspended from the team, and I felt bad. But then it was, I didn't go because I talked to Sherry, and we decided that I shouldn't go to the meeting because I was suspended. Defense says there's no evidence of that he fled out of the state. Members of the jury, I submit to you that night he did flee. He was the only person who doesn't go to the team meeting. And where does he go? To Miami Beach. These records speak for themselves. They are here. Sergeant Carmesini testified. Towers 206 and 209 were the home towers. They were the towers that he frequently connected to, right? Tower 142 was the tower in front of the crime scene. He tells us that towers 207 and 163 are the towers of Miami Beach. We know, right? And he also told us that, based off what Sherry told us, right? Because Sherry also gave us a different story. Sherry's story was, I didn't hear from him. I didn't know that he had been suspended. But then when I heard from him, well, he told me he had gone for a drive. So when we look at his records, right? And we see, when is it most consistent that it looks like he's moving? Right after the homicide. Sergeant Carmesini told you. He looked at the records and it looked like he was most likely moving right after the homicide. So it wasn't in the afternoon when he had gotten suspended that he went for a drive because he was so distraught about the marijuana. It was after he had just killed somebody. And then, right, then he tells us that around 21:09, he says, to about 22:19, he hits on those same towers, 206. He likely went home. So he kills someone, he's moving around, distraught, panicking.
Mischaracterization of the testimony.
Ends up going back home, resetting, and then what does he do? Calls Mike Sanders. I need money. Somebody who's detached, not somebody on the football team, not his girlfriend, somebody who's detached. I need money. I can't tell you why. I won't tell you why. Mike Sanders is so weirded out by that he goes down to the HEC Center to tell coaches and tell detectives what it was about that call. It wasn't, I need money because I'm broke, because I can't pay for lunch tomorrow. It was, I need money, I won't tell you why. If it was that he was this broke college student, why not just say, hey, I need money because I can't have dinner tonight? So, but that's just an innocent fact, right? When we look at it, when we look at that, just taking that fact on its own, sure. But now, when you put it into the context of what's happening, Bryan is dead. Bryan dies on November 7th. He gets shot in the head. Not 3.5 hours later, when he's supposed to be at the University of Miami mandatory team meeting. It is not a regular meeting. It is not a football meeting. It is not weightlifting. It is a mandatory meeting because a player has died. Somebody on the team is dead. And he doesn't go because he's worried about his suspension, because he's so upset at himself. Somebody's dead. But he's calling somebody and asking for money. And then he ends up going to Miami Beach, which, let's keep looking at the records, because what time does he get to Miami Beach? Sergeant Carmesini told you it was almost at 23:36. That's 11:36 is when he starts to get to the area of Miami Beach, where he's gonna go stay with Sherry, which he told Detective Segovia. And she told you, yeah, he came to my house that night. She said, oh no, he came early. He tells Detective Segovia, I got there at like 8:30.
Objection, mischaracterization of the testimony.
You can hear it for yourselves. Yet at 1 a.m. is the only time that she's arguably blowing up his phone. At 1 a.m. he was already supposed to be there. Miami Beach, she has to cross a big bridge with a body of ocean to get there. I submit to you, it's a pretty easy place to...
If you notice, the defense now object, and the prosecutor doesn't even wait anymore for the ruling, just carries on, because she knows what the ruling is going to be.
Toss a gun out of a window.
So essentially, she could say anything she wants right now, and judge will allow her.
It's not till 1 a.m. that he ends up with her, because her last phone call and his last phone call is like 1:19 a.m. that day. So that's when they're finally together. So he does flee. He does ditch the meeting. And he does go to Miami Beach. He does lie low there. He blames it on the suspension, but he goes because if he shows up to UN, he's going to be caught. Let's talk about Sherry. How convenient when defense argues that she couldn't remember. She was so genuine in her not remembering. She was covering for him. She tells detectives around the time of the homicide, right in 2007 when she first talks to them, I was worried that he was going to get blamed. Detective Pat Diaz told you. She said, I was worried he was going to get blamed. Why would you be worried that your boyfriend is going to get blamed for the murder of a player that he didn't get along with, when according to you, you never even talked about the fact that they never got along? Then it was, I was worried he was going to be dead. When asked the logical question, because of course Bryan's dead, so of course she assumed he was going to be dead because Bryan was dead, so maybe they got into it. It was, oh no, somebody else got shot. What's so interesting, or what I find so interesting, is her brother was on the football team. Yet at no point did she say, oh, I was worried about my brother. She told you Ross Abramson was on the football team. At no point, she's worried about him, but she's worried about him because UN players are getting shot, but she's not worried about her brother. I was so worried about him, I blew up his phone. You can absolutely look at these records for yourself. The only time that she is blowing up his phone, where they really make contact, is by 11:30. And she told you she was worried because by the time she gets told by Willie Cooper, at that point, nobody knows where Rashaun is. Nobody knows where he is. He's not at the meeting, he's supposed to be at the meeting, but we don't know where he is. Then she says, oh, I started calling people, frantically looking for him. I asked her to point to the 386 number of his grandmother. She said she called the grandmother. It wasn't on her records. She also says she starts blowing his phone up, but because she hadn't heard from him. But his records show that they were in communication. They were talking. So she knew where he was. I'm not really that worried. But then what does she do? She's a little worried, he's gonna get blamed, starts to do what, a loyal girlfriend does, cover his tracks. She said, I knew Coach Swayze, I called him. She doesn't really blow him up until almost 1 o'clock in the morning. By that point, he was supposed to have already been there, according to what he tells Detective Segovia. And listen, if you want to say, there's been a long time, maybe he got the time wrong. It's very different to say 8:30 at night that you went there versus 1 o'clock in the morning when he got there late that night. And it's also very interesting when the memory is selective, because you remember, right? You remember that fight with Bryan where he made you cry. You remember Bruce Johnson calling you and telling you the meeting was mandatory. But then it's selective. Oh, I don't remember, that I went for a drive. I don't remember, the random little things. Then he says his phone was off. Again, he says at some point my phone was off. I didn't want anybody to contact me. I didn't want anybody to know what was going on because of my suspension. Except he's on the phone repeatedly. He's on the phone on this phone, and he's on the phone on his 973 number before he changes it. The records are right here. You can look for yourself. He is on the phone. So he was either, you can't have it both ways. You can't be just so distraught that I want my phone off and I don't want anybody to contact me, but I'm talking to everybody that I want to be talking to. Because he does call home. He says he doesn't want home to know. Home is here, and he talks to home. So you do or you don't. Changing a phone number is not some random innocent thing that happens. Sure, taking this fact alone on November 7th is one thing. But when you put it into the context of what happened that day, it's different. Defense says, he just changes his number, no big deal. No, he changes his number because he's hiding. He is hiding because he has cracked at that point. He has decided, I am going to Bryan's house and I'm going to confront him after practice. For whatever that reason may be. He chooses to change his number. He chooses to go down there, right? And he chooses to shoot Bryan in the head. Which, by the way, defense has ignored the fact that we know from even just the body itself and the photos that you saw. His cash was in his wallet. His car keys to his luxury SUV were untouched. This was not a robbery. This was personal. This was personal. Nobody else wanted Bryan dead but Rashaun Jones.
Objection, facts not amended.
Rashaun Jones hated Bryan. That is an element. Ill will, hatred, and spite. That is what this case is about. It is about a kid who was so jealous, who was the cause of his own downturn, but blamed the one guy on the team that he didn't like. He went down to his house to confront him, and he shot him. It was not a robbery. It was not anything but something that was personal. Let me just point out, I want to round out a little bit of Sherry. I think she was asked by defense, did he tell you that he had anything to do with it? And she was like, no, absolutely not. That she selectively remembers. The girl who couldn't remember what she had told a reporter 5 years earlier because now her memory has changed. The girl who now says, oh no, he wanted me to talk to police. He wanted me to talk to them. You heard from detectives, when they showed up, they didn't even expect him to be.
The girl that was your witness, you brought her to the stand. So now you want to try to tell the jury that your own witness is not credible. Fucking stupid cow.
He was there driving her car, and he says, no, you can't talk to her. This wasn't police can't talk to my girlfriend. This was, you can't talk to her because I don't want her to talk to you. I don't want her to tell you I don't want her to tell you anything alone. And it was, you can talk to her, but I gotta be there. Because he wanted to know what the police were asking. Detective Hellman and Detective Diaz told you exactly what went down. Let's go. I'd like to talk a little bit about his statements to police, because I think that, again, the most inconsistent statements are really from the defendant. First, it's the firearm. No, he says I never owned a firearm. There are at least 5 other people who came here to talk about him with a firearm.
Objection. Facts not evidence. Mischaracterization of the testimony.
Okay, well, I have recollection of the others, you can continue.
The only one who says, well, I never saw him with a firearm, the girlfriend. No.
Objection. Mischaracterization of the evidence.
The revolver that he bragged about in the locker room, that all the players had heard about.
Objection. Mischaracterization of the evidence.
The revolver that he showed to Dave. But no, he tells detectives, when asked, well, if they all came and they said it, are they lying? Yeah, no, they're lying. Then he says, same thing with Mike Sanders. So if there's a call on your phone records where you're calling Mike, asking him for money, that call, that's a lie from Mike? What motive, what does Mike have? Why would Mike make that up? Who wasn't even on the football team. He was adjacent. He tells detectives he decides to skip that meeting because he was so upset. Telling me you're already on thin ice with the coaches and the team and you're not going to show up to a meeting where someone's dead. And that's the reason of the meeting that you know is mandatory. The only person not to come. This is, and by the way, this isn't, again, an isolated fact that defense says, oh, this is innocent. They took the innocent fact that he didn't show up to that meeting and everybody ran with it. That's not what happened. The reality of the situation is that the pieces have always been there. Everything in this case pointed to one person, and it's the person sitting right there.
Objection.
Including the identification by Paul Connor. Paul Connor, you heard his testimony. Defense cannot have it both ways. They cannot argue that he's honest about, the one thing, but then he's dishonest about the other stuff. Let's be very, very clear. Paul Connor has no reason to lie. Paul Connor is an independent person who was walking home that day. He didn't have his car, he took the metro, he walked home. He tells you he remembers it was 6:35 when he got off the metro. He is an academic, a professor. He was shown eventually, well, let's talk about, he walks down, he says he hears a bang, and immediately after hearing a bang, he sees the defendant walking out. The person smiles at him and keeps going. He says in his testimony, he turned his head and he saw the person moving away quicker, hurrying away. He keeps walking to his apartment. He doesn't see Bryan's body. They showed him the photos. He doesn't see Bryan's body that is on the floor covered by the bushes. He makes his way to his apartment, which is around the complex. The next day, he goes to police because he sees the news and he says, I saw something. He tells them what he saw. Description and recognition are two different things. Describing somebody and saying, here are the facial features that I have described to this person, and recognizing someone are two different things. When he was given that lineup, he recognized the person that he saw that day, and that was the defendant. Which, by the way, he also says, which he wouldn't have known, that the lights to Bryan's car were still on. And that, conveniently for Bryan, because he changed his car for the locks to be with the 60 seconds, tells us that he was there right around the time of the gunshot. Especially because he hears it, then he sees the defendant going away, and then he makes his way back. Paul Connor was honest. He said to the second photo that he's shown when Detective Segovia goes to see him, which is not a lineup. Detective Segovia told you it was not a lineup. All he did was show it to him, and just show it to him so that he could just look at it again. It was not a lineup. This is the lineup. The photos are all dark because they have to be the same. The photos here are all blue. In the other lineup were all blue because the photos all have to be the same for the particular suspect that they were looking at. Here it was Rashaun Jones. He identifies Rashaun Jones. Paul Connor testified that he was a professor and he had 20 students in his class. He said in his testimony, there were like 20 kids in my class. This wasn't that Rashaun Jones was in his class and they maybe crossed paths. He saw him that night. Description and recognition are two different things. He recognized Rashaun Jones, who defense gets up here and says he was on the UM football team, big player. He played one game. You heard from the coach. By the way, he was given 2 lineups. He was given the other lineup first, and it was a lineup of also 6 black men. He doesn't identify anybody there. He says there's nobody there that matches the person I saw. He's then given the second lineup, so he looks at 12 people. And out of the 12 people, he picks out Rashaun Jones because that's the person he saw that night. Clean white smile. Nobody asked Sherry, the girl who was making out with him all the time, what his mouth looked like. What, logically, what would you expect? Paul Connor is walking, right, and he says the person smiled at me and walked away. What did we think that person was going to do? Hey, I just shot someone. Don't say anything. I'm going to get on my way. Of course, don't be suspicious. He's just shot somebody, walking out, making his way, and then scurrying away after the person turns away. It's not weird. He's covering his tracks. Consciousness of guilt. The defendant's behaviors. When people know that they've done nothing wrong, they don't lie, they don't hide, they don't lie about where they were. Ordinary human reactions. In the context of what is going on. All of the pieces can be in a file. That is why there were cold cases. Detective Segovia told you one of his oldest cases was from 1956. All of the pieces can be there. Detectives were working on the case. Let's be very, very clear. When the judge instructs you on the law, you are going to see that time is not a defense. There is no statute of limitations for murder. I believe he did it, but I don't like the time. That is not a reasonable doubt. I believe he did it, punto.
Objection, burden, diluting the burden.
I believe he did it, full stop.
Objection, diluting the burden.
That is an abiding conviction of guilt.
Objection, diluting the burden. I have a motion.
Okay,
Time is not a defense because there is no statute of limitations to murder. The facts don't change. Memories may fade, but in the end, everyone here experienced a trauma. And you want to argue the gun in the dorm room was here, he remembered the gun. He remembered the revolver. Every single witness that testified experienced a trauma. The death of Bryan Pata. Whether they were a friend of Bryan or a friend of both, they all as a team experienced the death of a teammate. A 22-year-old in their 20s. That is something that stays with you. The big things stay with you. There is a reason why Mike Sanders has remembered. He may not remember exactly how much money, but he remembers getting that call. And you know what? It's in the records. Is Mike lying? You are not tasked with the decision about time. You are tasked with deciding what happened on November 7, 2006. Like I said in opening, the defendant's actions paved a path. His behaviors, his timings, his communications, it is the context of all of those combined circumstances that allow you, members of the jury, to render a verdict of guilty. This is a circumstantial evidence case. We have talked about all of the pieces, right? Like a rope that is made up of many different strands. Independently, they may be nimble. But when put together, right, when put together, they form a bond, an unbreakable bond. And that is what we have. Every single piece, everything that happened, starting from 2004 all the way through and past November 7th, every road points to Rashaun Jones. He is the only person who wanted him dead.
Objection, I have a motion.
He was jealous. He didn't like him. It is illogical, but that is what happens when someone is faced with an insurmountable pressure. And he was in his 20s, and he did the illogical, and he did the unthinkable, and he did what he shouldn't have done. He killed someone. And members of the jury, that is why. And after all of the evidence that you have heard in this case, the state is absolutely confident that when you go back into that jury room and you review each and every single piece of evidence, including the testimony from each and every witness that took that stand, because that is all pieces of evidence. As we talked about in jury selection, physical evidence, just like testimonial evidence, the law says is weighed the same. When you take all of that, including all of the context, back into that jury room, you will render the only verdict that justice demands, and that is that the defendant is guilty of the murder of Bryan Pata. Thank you.
all right, ladies.
Burden shifting, all sorts happening there. Disgusting. So here you go, everyone. This is what happened today, this afternoon.
Thank you. You may be seated. For the record, the defendant, his attorneys, and the state are all present. So we have another note from the jurors. It says, after additional discussion amongst all jurors, we are still deadlocked. Okay, so we will bring them out and announce a hung jury, and then I'll read them their instructions. Do you have the certificates?
I do, Judge. One second.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, I need the...
I would like to know what the split was. Was it 3-3, 4-2? I would like to see that.
The jury's coming out. She's gotta go. No, that way, please, that way.
Just 1 second.
The jurors are coming out. Ma'am, I need you out. Oh my goodness. Okay. Go. You can bring them now. Sorry for that.
All rise for the jury. All jurors are present.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've received your note indicating that you continue to be a deadlocked, and so at this time I will declare a mistrial and a hung jury. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for many centuries our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized, for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore,
like literally, why are you doing this? Let's just get away from the jury. This has been done before, where a juror bends down and we see them. Why are we doing this?
the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. You are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations. You are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might want to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as jurors. So I thank you. I know it's been a long couple of weeks. I know you all put your heart and soul into it, and you were here for very long hours listening to all of the evidence, so we appreciate your work. Now that means that you are released and you are able to speak about anything you'd like to, but remember, you don't have to speak to anyone if it makes you feel uncomfortable. I have a certificate for each of you for your service. You can hang it up on your wall and I'll bring them over to you.
I mean, that's scary, looking at the family, looking at you staring you down.
Mr. Kaptowski, thank you for your service.
They say names.
Ms. Brown, thank you again for your service. Thank you. Ms. Bermudez.
Why? Mute it, for fuck's sake.
Ms. Jimenez.
You two cows. You two pieces of shit.
Ms. Shaken. Mr. Shaken. I keep saying
You should be ashamed of yourself.
And Ms. Anderson, thank you so much for your service. You are all released. Have a great afternoon.
All rise for the jury. Follow me.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. So what I'll do is ask Eric to put this on calendar for tomorrow so everyone can look at their schedules to see when we retry the case. Okay, just look for some dates in the next couple of weeks. All right? Huh? Not for that.
Your Honor, there's a couple things we were hoping we could address now.
Tomorrow.
All right.
She said their names and everything. And what the fuck is she doing? She's like, yeah, let's meet up tomorrow so that we can put a date in for the retrial. It's like, hang on. The state is supposed to say if they're going to retry you or not. What are we doing? So she's like, yeah, let's get this trial done in the next couple of weeks. What? So they're meeting tomorrow. I'm not sure if it's going to be live tomorrow. No, I will keep an eye out for it. And she wants the trial done in the next couple of weeks. And she does not want to address the defense right now. If I'm the defense right now, I think she knows what's coming. I think they're going to say, we want a new trial. Obviously, if it's a new trial, we want a new judge. And I think she knows that. She'll deal with it tomorrow. This is all a disaster.
Maybe see it.
So what happened at the start? Let's go back to the start. What happened when she said, you know, jury on the way in?
And announced a hung jury, and then I'll read them their instructions. Do you have the certificates?
I do, Judge. One second.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, I need the jury's coming out. She's gotta go. No, that way, please, that way.
No, I don't. Just 1 second.
The jurors are coming out. Ma'am, I need you out. Oh my goodness. Okay. Go. You can bring them now. Sorry for that.
All eyes for the jury.
I don't know who that is, but it was this person here. I don't know who that person was, though. Let's go back a little bit more.
For the record.
Hang on.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Here she is, this one here.
For the record, the defendant, his attorneys, and the state are all present. So we have another note from the jurors. It says, after additional discussion amongst all jurors, we are still deadlocked. Okay, so we will bring them out and announce a hung jury, and then I'll read them their instructions. Do you have the certificates?
I do, Judge. One second.
Okay. Thank you.
No, she doesn't say why or anything. Just kicks her out. Hang on then. She just strolled in, didn't she? Get out, get out. This judge, I'll be honest with you, from what we've seen, I mean, I imagine that they're going to ask her to step aside, but she will never step aside. She will never step aside. Let's have a look here then. Right, hang on, bear with me whilst I do this. If this should have all been live streamed so we could all see how a shit show it was.
So breaking news in the Rashaun Jones murder trial. He is accused of killing his University of Miami teammate decades ago.
A judge just declared a mistrial moments ago. Let's go to local 10's Leanne Waterholm, live at that courthouse in Miami. Leanne.
A stunning and frankly disappointing end to this trial, which has been 20 years in the making. The jury telling this judge not once but twice that they were hopelessly deadlocked. And so that means that this trial, which took 3 weeks to get to this point and 20 years since Bryan Pata's murder, has ended in a mistrial. Let's recap this case for you. It was University of Miami defensive lineman Bryan Pata who was shot dead outside of his Dateline area apartment back in 2006. 15 years later, his former teammate Rashaun Jones was arrested for the killing and charged with second-degree murder. Jones's trial started on February 18th. Jurors heard 5 days worth of testimony. They deliberated 6 hours on Thursday before telling the judge they were deadlocked and wanting a break for the night. The judge even asking them on Thursday night if they thought they could reach a verdict that night if they had more time, if they had more hours to deliberate. They said no. The jury did not come back for 3 days. They went back in to deliberate around 9:30 this morning, and just about 30 minutes later, they told the judge that they were still deadlocked. The judge then decided to read them what's known as an Allen charge that basically encourages them to continue to try to work towards a unanimous verdict. An hour later, they said in a note, quote, "After additional discussion among all jurors, we are still deadlocked." The judge then declared a hung jury and a mistrial. The Pata family was clearly distressed inside the courtroom. His mother, Jeanette Pata, was crying. I was able to speak to one of Bryan Pata's brothers. His name is Edwin. Outside of the courthouse, he told me about how he and his family are feeling at this point and what comes next.
Disappointed. It's frustrating, really, for all of us, of course, especially for my mom, for every single sibling and every person that came out and supported us. I think the big thing for us is just closure. It's just some kind of closure for us. But we're going to remain steadfast. It's clearer now who's responsible for this. We know now, especially more details that we're able to see. So we just got to press on. We got to remain steadfast. I continue to believe and stay positive that it's going to get done and the decision's going to be made the right way.
He told me, in addition, that after seeing the state's full case and learning all of the details that they had at their hands in this case, that he is more convinced than ever that Rashaun Jones killed his brother, Bryan Pata. Of course, the question is whether the state will continue to pursue this case after a mistrial is declared. It is their discretion whether or not to take this to trial again. Edwin Pata telling me that from what they've heard from prosecutors, they do plan to pursue this.
Well, to be fair, the judge told them they are. It's not even up to them, I don't think, anymore. The judge has said they're meeting tomorrow to put a new date in.
Again. So we will see if another trial will yield some sort of verdict in this now 20-year saga. Reporting in Miami, Leanne Morejón, Local 10 News.
Oh, I don't know. Anyway, that was just... So I very much doubt we'll be allowed to see the court tomorrow anyway. But I'll keep an eye out for it to see if anything does come up for it. Just see if there's anything else. I don't think there is. Everything's just saying mistrials and stuff. Oh, man. Anyway, there you go. I don't know what's going to happen to it next time. It is what it is, really. I'll probably go live for a little bit tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. Oh. But yeah, that's the end of that one. I know we didn't see all the testimony. There was other testimony. So, KLMC, hello. Is he out on bond? No. Well, he's been offered bond. He's on a 8.5 million bond. So, So he needs to pay 850,000 to come out on bond. So I imagine they will address that tomorrow as well, his bond and removal of the judge as well if there's another trial. So they will probably look to lower the bond tomorrow. 8.5 million is a lot, but so yeah, he's gone back to jail, and the judge did not want to address anything. That's very weird and odd. I just don't think the judge likes the defense whatsoever. So yeah, there you go. Thank you, Rehab. How you doing, Patty? Hope you're well. Right, we're going to end the stream there. I'm tired. I've got more stuff I need to do, so I'll end it there. Thank you, everyone, for being here, as always, and I should be live tomorrow for a few hours anyway, around 2 o'clock, 2:30. Keep an eye out. Unless something crops up, I'll be going live. So with that, thank you, everybody, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a great evening, enjoy yourself, and catch up on the other trials that are going on. There's a trial in Georgia as well going on right now as well, but the audio is too bad. I can't stream it because it's so bad.